Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's time. It's time. Already 165 people in the building. It's time. It's time. It's time. But before I bring everybody involved, this is a mega operation. So thank you very much to every single person that is here. I want to brag. Okay. I want to brag. I want to brag. I want to brag. Shout out to everybody that pulled up to the karaoke night. I solidify myself as the best singer in this place by far, and I've proved, I've proved, I've proved. So before we start the show, if you want to be involved on the next karaoke night, let me know because I will fuck you up. Thank you. Right? If you say this, what's up, Cree? If you say, Fatty sing Let Me Love You from Mario, and you say, sing it like Flora is in the room, I'm going to sing strongly. I'm going to sing passionately.
Are
I'm
you
going to watch
serious?
you better.
Fatty, I am talking about in the middle of her singing. Hold on, I was not in the middle of her singing. That is the difference.
I told
No,
you.
Maybe you should let
Y'all
me
did
love
not start it off that way. Y'all did it in the middle of her singing, and that is unjustified. Absolutely not.
And with me and you.
Will the guard please lock the cage doors at this time?
Get the fuck up! Simon says, get the fuck up!
No, you're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Ah!
It's time. It's time.
It's time to do.
Let's put everybody in the right places so we can be good to go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here it goes. So, friends, welcome to another Rage in the Cage show. Okay, we're going to have a lot of fun today. I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are doing well. On the last week, several shows talk about the Sisterhood, so we put together all-star group of women in this space to actually be the first woman debate we ever had, and it starts with a tag team. So I appreciate y'all. But before that, I want to thank Miss Lux for being here in the building. Sharon Bracy, the infamous. Sarah, the raging tomato. And the stars of the show.
It's time to do.
Hypocrisy is in the building. We have the lovely HQ in the building too. And on the blue corner, we have Lady Di. Lady Di is in the building. And last but not least, we have Lucky Marie. Once again, friends, we're going to stream these in multiple platforms. Please like the videos. The likes are for free. If you see something going left on the audio side, all that, just let us know, and we are going to be able to fix it. Okay, we are going to be able to fix it. When it comes to the rules, you guys already kind of understand what we're doing here, because it's not the first time, not the seventh time. We are doing this for a while, but some rules are going to disappear, and we're going to include a new Shadow Realm, a more calmer Shadow Realm. It's not going to be the throwing everything to this wall and see if it sticks. So, friends, the debate for the most part is the Sisterhood. I got 8 points that I sent to the debaters, and they said what side they are. So I'm going to pick and choose who gets the baton. The person that is on the team can just pass the ball to the next person so they can tag team and they can deal however they choose. Okay, the debate is 2 hours as usual. Okay, order of round is going to be decided by the spin wheel. The first 1 hour and a half regular debate, the last 30 minutes questions, the $20 questions, and the questions from the moderators. Okay, so this is how it's going to go. In case of a draw, we will have a tiebreaker. 50 minutes, can be long-winded, 30 seconds, so we can move out of here. Interaction with the chat. You can send $20 and up, so you can ask questions to be asked in the end of the show. You can replace a moderator. Nino Nation is the 4th moderator. If there's a moderator that you don't like, $150 it is. You have 5 minutes to get him back. If you don't get him back, the moderator stays, and the moderator that got expelled gets $50 compensation. Okay, $50 compensation if he gets kicked out of it. As you know, we have one Shadow Realm, the regular Shadow Realm, no gloves off. We are going to add the Shadow Realm for $200. The second Shadow Realm is more orderly. You can take the gloves off, but they have to engage in the conversation. No over talking. No, Sharon, this is why your airline is pulled all the way back type of thing. Okay? Sorry, Sharon. I had to use an example. So, once again, if you want to activate the second Shadow Realm, it's going to be $200, but it's going to be inside of the time that we have. So no more extension. We get that time, and we're good to go, okay? Again, first Shadow Realm, $100. Second one, $200.
I bring your death.
Damn, Jack, you kind of scare me over there. Jack, thank you very much for the big super chat. He doesn't want to put the Shadow Realm on. He just send money. Thank you, Lucky. I think it's for you, I guess. I don't know. Shout out to Lucky, HU. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Jack. It doesn't open. It doesn't open the Shadow Realm on the first second of the show. The last one, Google it. Every single one of the people in the debaters can challenge a point. Google it means ChatGPT, grab a video with Lucky with a knife on the crime scene, or whatever serves you to actually get your point across. That's what Google it is going to serve for. So once again, I appreciate y'all being here. Anybody has any questions? Any questions? Any questions? No one? So I guess it's time to debate. Shout out to my brother, DJ Witch Doctor, for the track. Let's debate.
Welcome, everyone, to the official debate section of the Charter Review.
All right, I didn't come here to argue with you.
Oh, yes, you did. We're having a debate. Debate ain't nothing but an argument.
Doctor, can we relate? Can we relate? Can we debate? But I want debate. I talk to
you very much. And your rebuttal, Mr. Carville.
We have no response. That was perfect.
Friends, every single super chat is going to show up in the screen. We're going to read the $20 and up in the last 30 minutes. And afterwards, we are going to read every super chat, even if I have to stay here 10,000 hours. We're going to Sarah. We're going to Sarah afterwards. Sarah's doing us a big favor today because she kind of postponed her show later. So we're going to use the raid thingy that we plan on the last days to send everybody to Sarah. There's 230 people watching. And once again, the raid situation is going to be used to make friends, not to actually wage war. So even if you're not untouchable, as long as nobody on the network is going, if you want to get a raid from Fatty and the rest of the untouchables, just play ball, talk with us, have fun, let's do business, and we'll make sure you use that to your advantage. Last thing, the cash apps of the ladies are downstairs, rolling. If you can't, just bless them with like at least a lunch. Lunch will be nice, right? Tomorrow, Sunday after church, lunch will be nice. Please, if you can, bless them instead of sending money to me, because I'm doing good. Thank you very much. I would appreciate if you guys could do that to them. So I think it's time to start the show. Let's start the show.
Please lock the cage doors at this time.
Get the fuck up. Simon says, get the fuck up.
You're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime.
This comment was very mean, so I'm going to read it. Fatty got all female moderators. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh man. Hey.
Thank you very much, Planet Fitness. I appreciate that. So let's see on the wheel who starts. Let's put this on the big screen. And let's see who gets the first start. There's 240 people watching the show. Please like the video. The likes are for free. So HQ and Tips get to go first. Get to go first. Friends, today is a little bit of a complex show, okay? So no opening statements today because there's a lot of things to cover. We are going to go to the meat and potatoes. So let me start the clock. I have the first one. Is the sisterhood useful or was ever useful?
It's time to do.
So Lady Di says disagree, and Tips and HQ say agree. Okay, so I'll let the lovely HQ go first. Okay, is the sisterhood useful or was ever useful? Okay, HQ starts first. Lady Di, because you said disagree, you go next. Okay, so the 2-hour clock is on. 1 minute at a time. Don't abuse it, but you can go a little bit over. Go ahead, HQ, you got this.
Well, is the sisterhood useful or was it ever useful?
Yes.
It's always been useful. Women should inspire, women should mentor, women should do all of these things to encourage a woman to be all that she can be on this planet. This is a patriarchal society, so she needs all the support that she can get. She gets all the support she can get through friendships, through family, through any kind of connection that she needs. And so it has always been useful, regardless of the efforts of men to put a hole in that. So,
Lady Di?
So, do you think the sisterhood is the same from how it was, let's say, 30 years ago versus now? You think it's the same?
Oh, yes, it is the same. It is the same. See, when you have sisterhood is primarily activated when you're in a family setting or a friendship setting and that kind of thing. I remember having this conversation on another panel. We were getting girl code mixed up with sisterhood. Girl code and sisterhood are two different things. Sisterhood is when you actually know the people, you actually encourage the people, you mentor the people. And this has been happening since women have been born. Mothers have been encouraging their daughters. Sisters have been encouraging their sisters. Aunts have been encouraging their nieces and nephews. So the sisterhood, even in my day, it has always existed. It has always been there to encourage, mentor women.
Okay, but back in the day, I know they wasn't encouraging women who were doing, let's say.
Sorry, it's my fault. You can keep going.
Let's say the woman back in the day, that wasn't encouraging women to do things that were wrong. So you're saying you're encouraging women to do whatever. So if they wanted to be on the strip pole, you would be okay with that because you're going to encourage everything that they do. So back in the day, I know that was frowned upon, but today's sisterhood, it's okay to do that. So would you encourage someone to be on the strip pole if that's what they desire?
I would encourage a woman to do whatever she needs to do to empower herself. Whether that means being on a strip pole or whether that means being a doctor or a lawyer, whatever encourages her to have self-esteem, to make herself be whatever she needs to be in this world strongly. And if that means that you want to be on a stripper pole, then that means you want to be on a stripper pole. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not deterring from it. I'm saying you be all that you can be. But that has nothing to do with sisterhood. Sisterhood, I mean, that has nothing to do with encouraging them to be all they can be, regardless of whether that's a stripper pole or not. You're doing the mentoring, you're doing the encouraging. Okay. So nobody wants anybody to be on a pole, right?
But now you're double talking, because now you're saying you wouldn't encourage them to do that. So
no, what I'm saying is I encourage them to do whatever they want to be.
Let me finish
regardless of whether that's on the pole or not.
All right, let me finish. Okay, you were saying, you just said a lot. You said that you would encourage women to do whatever empowers them. So let's say the teachers in school who are molesting kids at 14 years old, that empowers them. So are you going to continue to encourage that type of behavior because she's a lady?
We're talking in terms of sisterhood. We're not talking in terms of breaking the law. That's a whole nother subject. That's a whole nother level. I'm not saying encouraging a woman to do bad behavior. I'm saying encourage her to have mental stability. I'm saying encourage her to be a productive human being. I'm not saying encourage her to be a person who breaks the law. I'm talking about self-esteem. I'm talking about self-esteem. I'm talking about encouraging her to be all that she can be, regardless of whether that's
okay. So, we don't have to talk about breaking the law. So let's talk about being on the strip pole. You are okay with that, correct? Because she's a lady. She's going to work because she empowers herself. She feels good. She doesn't have to have BBLs, but it feels good. She wants to be on there twerking and showing her ass for money because it pays the bills. And that's what she desires. She was dreaming of that since she was 10 years old.
Right.
You are okay with that type of behavior. And you're saying that that's a good thing for sisterhood, right?
Absolutely. It's okay.
Okay, so how is that okay if you don't agree with being on the strip pole? Meaning that if you are in a strip club, nothing over there is just about drugs, violence, drinking, and the whole nine. You got women who, make sure that they make the men feel good, not just on the pole, but behind the scenes too, where they're, doing hand jobs and all that type of stuff. Okay, so how is that empowering to women? To say that instead of me being a doctor, I'm going to go ahead and be on the strip pole.
Okay.
What is empowering about that? That's my question.
Okay. Now you're talking about a moral thing. I'm not concerned about a moral thing. I'm concerned about the person's self-esteem, regardless of whether they're on a pole or not. If we can all agree, if I don't have any skills and the only thing I can figure out to do to make money to feed my children is to be on a stripper pole, then that's what she has to do. That's what she has to do. I'm not going to say that's right or wrong. See, I don't make a moral judgment. You're making a moral judgment. I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm making a judgment about a person who needs to do what they need to do in order for them to feel empowered, in order to feel like they can do something with their life. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm saying I'm encouraging them to be all that they can be. If that means that person feels that they need to strip on a pole, then I encouraging them to be whatever they need to be in order to feel good about themselves, regardless of whether it's on a pole or not.
So that's why I
clarifying question.
That's why, hold on. That's why I mentioned something illegal, because anything that's not moral can be illegal. Okay, so you're okay with things that are not moral then. So I mentioned the extreme of a teacher molesting a child because that's not moral. That's something that is not good. And you're okay with that type of behavior. So that's why I don't think sisterhood could be empowering, because anything not good and that's illegal can destroy somebody. It could ruin somebody's life. Those girls who are on the strip club also get molested. They get all type of things happening to them.
Yeah, you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You would have the argument.
I got you, Sarah. I got you. Go ahead, HQ. You can finish.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I don't have to say anymore. Do I have to say anymore?
I wanted a clarifying question, if that's okay to you, HQ.
Sure.
You mentioned that you weren't concerned about the morality of it, but it's more about the self-esteem. But then you did also mention, like, if she's doing it for, like, if she's around a pole for purposes of providing for her children, I would say that would be a moral concept, right? Because it's the for the benefit of her children. So I just wanted to kind of clarify if you really believe it's not morality, or if you say that maybe only in certain aspects that it would be the morality behind it and maybe not. Like, for clarification, I wanted to understand.
I'm saying I'm not making a moral judgment for it. I'm saying I'm not making a moral judgment for it.
Okay.
What's moral for me may not be moral for her, or vice versa. So I don't make any judgment whatsoever.
Thank you. That was clarifying. Appreciate you.
Anyone want to expand on this one? On any other? Go ahead, T. You got it. You muted. And remember, you are on HQ side, so if you don't agree,
I am on HQ side. So
okay, go ahead.
The beginning of this is, first of all, we went a couple places, but the purpose of the entire debate is, what is the benefit of a sisterhood? So I think the first thing that we need to do is define what a sisterhood looks like. So a sisterhood can be defined as a strong friendship or support among women who are involved in action to improve each other's and women's rights. Another definition is the affection or loyalty that women feel for other women who have something in common. Another is a bond between two or more girls and or women, not always related by blood.
Right.
Another is to make a deep and conditional and lasting connection.
One second,
regardless.
Go ahead. 1 second. Your microphone is a little bit muffled. It was way better. Yeah.
Okay. Probably. You know what? Let me take these out. It's probably my earphones. So hold on.
I don't know if you changed it or not. It's okay. But
I did. No. Give me 1 second. I can get it together. 1 second. Because I want to be heard.
You have to mute mute yourself.
Is that better?
Yes, it's way better. Let me actually close the microphone a little bit up, but it's way more clear. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think before we hop into the debate, because the debate is about the value of sisterhood, right? So sisterhood is defined in multiple ways. It's the strong feeling of friendship and support among women who are involved to improve women's rights. It is the affection and loyalty that women feel for another woman who they have something in common with.
You want some good news? It's good news.
It's a bond between two or more girls, not always related by blood. It is to make deep and lasting connections. Somebody's mic is open and it's pulling me. Another is when sisters band together, they're far more powerful. So if you take the the binding of one stick versus binding multiple. The other is sisterhood is important because we all are needing each other to stand on. And then the other thing is sisterhood allows us to learn how to love each other unconditionally. So
Can I define it? And then
yeah.
everyone sees if you agree.
Well,
Sisterhood is I want to define it, and you guys see
Well,
if you
I
agree.
just want to debate. I want to report on sisterhood has nothing to do what people choose to do for profession. If an adult woman has chosen to be a dancer, which is legal, you have to be of age. This person is paying taxes. Not only are they paying taxes, they also, based on how the system works, they help other women in there because you typically have a mom that person has to be tipped out. The bartender has to be tipped out, and you also have other people. So if we want to be in a capitalized environment, what we cannot do is decide what women can and cannot do. We are talking about legal work. If you want to talk about things that people are doing illegally, that has nothing to do with the sisterhood. That is something that the individual has decided to do that is not legal. So when we
Let
want
me
to go ahead,
let me let the chance to Lady Di to respond. Lady Di, why is it wrong to incentivize women to be on the season? Not incentivize, to not call them out and say that is wrong when we have these situations where women are doing something legal that might seem immoral. Why is it wrong?
So it's so based off of their definition, I'm saying, right?
Hmm?
So from what HQ is saying and what is, I'm sorry, is it tip or tiff? I want to get
it's
that
tip.
right.
It's tip for you.
Tip.
Yes.
Okay, so according to HQ, right? She believes that I'm in a sisterhood, and I'm supposedly called the mammy, right?
That's not
But
what she said. That wasn't said.
I wasn't done.
It's fine.
But you're making an assumption that she didn't say.
Okay, but you gotta let me finish because she
But
did
you're
say that.
making an assumption that she didn't say, so I
One
don't have
second.
to make you finish.
See if we are going to be able to correct her. If
Okay.
she says something, just put some notes and you're able to correct her.
So
You have
she's
30
saying,
seconds. No, let
I'm
her
gonna
finish.
say it again. Just be
One
quiet.
second. Let her
Listen.
finish, and
That's all
then you can
gotta
correct
do.
her what she said wrong. You have 1 minute to reply. Go ahead.
All right, so HQ believes that I'm in the sisterhood. She just thinks I'm in denial, and I'm considered a mammy, right? But you also said that in the sisterhood, you guys bond together. So how can you bond together, love each other unconditionally, when you guys hate somebody like me?
you're
Y'all
not hating.
talk
You're
bad.
just not a
Y'all
part of the
talk bad
sisterhood.
about us mammies,
You're
mammies,
not hated.
pygmies. I'm not
Tips,
I
done.
there's
don't.
a clock. One
I'm not
second.
done.
Don't
I'm
say it.
not
1 second,
done.
friends. A clock is over there.
Got you.
Make notes and correct her as soon as the clock finishes, so you can go and interrupt it too, and she doesn't talk over you. Okay, let's go.
Wait a minute. Can I straighten something out? I said
What? No. 1 second. The clock is there, so you guys don't interrupt each other. Because this is what's going to happen. Okay, the clock is stopped, so I can tell you what is going on.
right.
If I allow you to interrupt Lady Di, as soon as you say something that she doesn't agree, she's allowed to jump on your neck, and I don't want that. So let her finish. She has more 30 seconds, and then you and Tiff can actually go ahead and correct something that you think she did wrong. And this is the last time. Then we go to the next topic. The pretty privilege exists. Lucky Marie and Tiff are going to be handling that.
Right.
Go ahead, Lady Di. Let me
No,
get you
I'm
to
done.
45
I'm done. Go
seconds,
ahead. HQ
and
and
you go
Tip
from
could
there.
talk. They got a
Well,
lot
Go
to
ahead.
say, so I want to hear it.
all right. Well, first of all, I did.
Wait, HQ. Wait.
1 minute. No, I have to correct this one thing.
Okay.
I said sisterhood. You all brought up. I said girl code. You all brought up sisterhood. I stuck with my girl code. I said we all have girl code. You all brought sisterhood into it. So I have no argument about a sisterhood this or a sisterhood that.
Let me correct. Let me clarify this. Then, is it fair to say that the sister code is the first and most impacting thing on the sisterhood? Is that fair to say that the sister code, right, is the most important thing about the sisterhood? Is that fair to say?
No. Girl code is something we all as women understand, or we inherently.
That's fair. HQ. That's fair. Everybody understands what girl code is.
Right.
My question to you is to clarify: is girl code the most important foundation of the sisterhood. You have to be on code. You don't agree with this?
No, not
No?
necessarily. No, because
So what is the
it's a judgment.
what is the okay? So what is the most important thing in a sisterhood if you don't agree with that?
Well, what I guess their definition of sisterhood, I guess, would be having a connection with my family and friends. That wasn't what my argument was. That's the most important thing when it's
No, wait, respectfully, I'm not going to allow this to happen. Okay,
Right.
sisterhood, everybody knows what it is. Let's
Right.
go for layman terms. The same way if I say brotherhood, we don't have to be is we having each other back, standing on code, bros before hoes, all of that, right? Sisterhood, and let's go with that. If you guys disagree, don't engage with this conversation because there's a bunch of situations that has nothing to do with the sisterhood. Okay, this is why you guys nodding your head? There's
because I tried to explain to you they're two different things to me. So girl code is something we understand that we women say this is something that women don't do. We don't sleep with our boyfriend. We don't do this. We don't do that. Sisterhood is a totally different thing. That's something when you meet a family member or a friend and you all have a connection. That's totally
there's not no. You are you are sabotaging the debate. The sisterhood has nothing to do with friendship and my friend. That's called family. It's family. You deal with family. You like them. You like you. That's what family is.
HQ, tag me in.
Respectfully, 1 second. When we talk overall in the sisterhood, is this giant code like silent code that women defend each other no matter what. They support each other. Go, girl. You got this. Go ahead. Like, this is what we talk about the sisterhood. This is not a familiar thing. That's family. Why are you bringing this up when you guys never discuss sisterhood like that?
All right.
Didn't Tiff define the sisterhood?
She gave 7 examples.
Also, so since she gave a definition, are everybody in agreement with Tiff's version of the sisterhood? Lady Di, are you in agreement with Tiff's sisterhood?
No, Sharon, she gave 7 examples out of it. Tiff, what is the one that you actually hold by? If you gave
out of the 7, none of them conflated, so all 7 fed on top of each other. So I would like for Sharon and other moderators to confirm that they agree that.
So this is what it's okay. So this is what we're not going to do. Sharon and his cousin came up with something called Ream Bros. Ream. Red pill, incel, and manosphere. When it comes to my show, we debate the term. If I want to be obtuse, I will say rim is something that you put on the car, on a bicycle, so the bicycle can actually go. That's the definition of a rim. We're not going to do that. We're going to debate the concept that they created. So if y'all don't want to talk about the sisterhood, I'll literally scratch this out of the table and we go to the next topic because we're not going to pretend that this is another thing that we're not talking about.
So the sisterhood is a strong feeling of friendships and women who support each other and are involved with to improve women's rights. And then can we say, to add a secondary, the affection and loyalty that women feel for other women who they share something that they have in common with. Can we agree to those terms?
Yes, let's agree with that. So now that let's agree with that. There's a very abstract idea. Inside of the sisterhood, there's probably good parts and there's probably bad parts. Okay? Even with that definition. My question to Lady Di, and I don't know if Lady Di answered that, so we can move along to the next topic. Lady Di, why is it wrong? Okay, why is it wrong to condemn a woman for being a stripper, even though it's not against the law? Okay, I just want to clarify this so we can actually take notes and move on.
Because the sisterhood back in the day, and that's what I'm referring to, which I believe was useful more so back then than it is now. They would not allow, or they wouldn't, let's say, encourage a lady to do that type of action. More of the sisterhood back then was a moral conduct. It was more of, I'm gonna empower you to be the best version of yourself. You can't be the best version of yourself on the strip pole. You can't be the best version of yourself doing things that can harm you, because it's not even about us at this point. It's about that lady. I'm scared for her. How she lives throughout her day and her night is not good. Those women get attacked. It's not just they're on the pole having fun dancing to all these type of music. They have things they have to worry about. So that's why I don't think that it's good to be part of the sisterhood. But I was saying that HQ, girl code, sisterhood is the same thing. I was saying to HQ that she thinks that I'm in the sisterhood, the girl code, and she will look at me as I'm part of it. But if she looks at me as part of it, according to Tiff's definitions, you guys bond with each other, but then you talk bad about people like myself. You guys love unconditionally, but you still talk bad about people like myself. So how the hell can you do that if you don't like people like me or Lucky?
What do you want to answer? HQ or Tiff? Lady Di, what do you want to answer? HQ or Tiff?
I want to ask HQ.
Okay, HQ. Did you get the question?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The question is basically if sisterhood supports each other, why you against what she's saying? Shouldn't we support what she's saying? She's a woman and she probably a part of the sisterhood.
Well, first of all, I think of girl code and sisterhood as two different things. So, since I feel that way, we are all under the same girl code. Sisterhood is related to friendships and relationships. So, man, that got under your skin. Did that? I didn't know that did that. Huh. I don't even know.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, and then we'll move on afterward.
So
Go ahead, Lux.
Go
okay.
Tiff.
She can go first.
Go Tiff.
No, she came down. Go ahead, Lux.
Oh man, Tiff.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead,
so
Lux,
I
Lux.
just wanted to ask. Yeah, I wanted to ask all of the women on the panel: do they believe, I guess, sisterhood or being in the sisterhood is conditional, and if so, why?
I do believe it's conditional. And I think that it's conditional based upon your participation. If you verbally say that I am not a part of the sisterhood, then what I get to do in respecting you as a woman is respect that you know you do not want to associate within a group. You want to identify as an individual. And as another woman, I'm going to respect you as such and not expect and or allow you to reap the benefits for those of us that are in community within the sisterhood.
Anyone want to answer the question too? Is the sisterhood conditional?
I had a different question to clarify this. So instead of talking about what is, what would put you outside of the sisterhood?
Tiff and HQ?
If you verbally say I am not a part of the sisterhood, then you are opting out.
So there's no set of actions or rules that would put you outside of the sisterhood. It's not relationship.
No.
Because you're saying it's not about personal relationship, but HQ is saying it's about personal relationship. And she's saying all women have a girl code, which is universal. So I'm trying to understand.
And I understand what you're saying, but I think the debate is about sisterhood and not girl code. And because we have the conditions that we agreed to what sisterhood is, I'd like for us to focus on sisterhood.
But the person on your team keeps putting in girl code as if there's a difference. So,
and I'm sure that HQ can make the self-correction, and going forward, we will talk about sisterhood.
So what we're going to do is we're going to exclude HQ from this back and forth because she doesn't talk about sisterhood. She's talking about sister code, okay, or girl code.
May I ask a question? Because we've kind of like.
And by the way, somebody has a pling, 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 pling
notification.
Please mute that. I would appreciate it. Put it on vibrating. Go ahead.
So I've heard a lot of different stuff, right? I think HQ is talking about why it's useful in terms of like encouraging women, different things like that. Tiff defined it, saying it's women's rights improvement, women that are with something in common, friendship, unconditional, so on and so forth. And then Lady was talking about how it wasn't useful. And you kind of like veered off, like you were kind of just going into the realm of like strippers or children being harmed. I'm going to try to TOS mindful of that, how I'm saying it. And I didn't really hear anything from Lucky yet in terms of like why it's not useful. And I'm trying to get back down to the crux of the question instead of veering off, like why you think it's not useful.
Nobody asked me anything. I thought he
Yes.
caught
So
on that.
yes, Sarah. In the beginning, before the debate, I actually got all the answers from all the ladies on the panel because they are on the team. Some they agree, some they not. So they know the people that are disagreeing. Lucky's not involved on this one because she kind of agrees. Okay. So on the next one, for example, only her and Tips disagree. So they are going to be the one that going at each other because on the second one, only them disagree. Okay. I'm here to guide that.
Just to Lady, then I wanted a little more input from you on why it's not useful aside from children being harmed or stripper poles, because that's kind of the only two pieces I've pulled from you. And then you went into a little bit of a personal realm of, why wouldn't they include me in their sisterhood if it's such an unconditional thing? But I haven't really heard like the crux of the argument for you on why is it not useful.
So I went on the personal part is because Tiff made 7 definitions, and her definitions to me were inconsistent based off the analogy that I heard from them, which is, but we can't discuss that because I'm hearing that HQ is talking about girl code, she's talking about sisterhood, which is 2 different things, which means they're not aligned on that. So I can't even discuss that. But as far as useful, I can't see how they believe. So I'm in disbelief. I can't see how they can believe that sisterhood is useful when some of the things that they are saying is useful for women who are harming themselves. If someone is harming themselves, I don't see how that can be useful to one person. So if someone, let's say, was an alcoholic, I'm just going to use the extreme. She's an not someone that drinks, but someone that's an alcoholic. How can someone be an alcoholic be useful to the person? And that's where I'm confused on their point, because their point is kind of contradicting. Useful to me, I thought was in a positive way, not a negative.
Well, you're kind of not hitting the, like, you're just kind of going against the grain in terms of that. But I want to know, like, your stance, not what you repel of them, but I want to know like where you stand in terms of sisterhood is not useful because I understand the, like,
can I jump in? Can I jump in and ask a question?
So I'm saying that I don't think that the Tip's definition sounded great, but I don't think that that's what is happening. So I think that the other type of sisterhood that I believe that I'm on is useful. I agree with sisterhood, but on the positive side, what they like to say is that all of these things that are so nice and we bond and we have love unconditional, but I don't see how they're loving and unconditional to everybody. I feel like it's picking and choosing. So I'm trying to see how this is love unconditional for them. I do like sisterhood in a positive way. I believe that sisterhood is a beautiful thing and it could be useful to women, but not the way how I am understanding it from the other party. I think that it's a very contradicting.
So it's subjective. It's subjective sisterhood. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I just wanted to ask, what specific examples can you provide where the sisterhood has been either beneficial or detrimental?
So for both sides, right?
Yes.
So let's go with Tips, beneficial, Lady Di, detrimental, and then we go to the next topic. Does pretty privilege exist? Lucky and Tips are going to be on that one. There's 400 people watching the show. I appreciate y'all. We're going to give 2 giveaways of $50. One in the middle of the show, another on the end of the show. You just have to do hashtag hamburger. I can't pronounce the H, so it's without age. Okay, hashtag hamburger, so you can qualify to $50 to giveaways this show. Hashtag hamburger. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Tiff, and then we go to Lady Di. Next question.
So
Things that
Sharon,
are beneficial about sisterhood.
so the first thing that scientifically is proven that friendships between women actually have a physical and mental health improvement. It actually shows that they live longer. Friendships with other women will lower your blood pressure. It helps with your immunity, and it also can help lower the risk of heart disease. And they also survive at a higher rate from breast cancer because you're in community. It allows you to work with stress management. Women that have other friends that are women, they are able to share those stressors, or if they've been traumatized, which also, because they're sharing that, it allows for the health benefits. It's something that they call tending and befriending versus fight or flight. So within community, within women, and within the sisterhood, there is not the outside threat that sometimes men can potentially be. The friendships also can provide a safe space where they're able to share their feelings and thoughts without judgment, which allows people to deepen empathy, validation, and understanding. That also turns into helps with self-esteem. If you are friends within that sisterhood, they tend to report higher self-esteem, hope. Um, there's a correlation with higher hope. There's a correlation of believing in a particular higher power. And also, it shows that 81% of women who consider friendships over the 18, it's more important than a lot of romantic relationships. And I do understand that some of the women on the panel are a little bit younger. And I understand that we always want to believe that our spouses are going to be here. I think HQ can attest to this, that as we mature and as we age, our parents or our sisters and our friends may no longer be here with us. And our friendships that we establish are the people that we will learn to lean on and be in community with, because other people are no longer here.
Thank you very much, Tiff.
Just to
Lady Di, you have
confirm. Oh, my apologies. Just
No,
to
it's fine.
confirm, Tiff, that the data that you were sharing, did you actually get that from a study of some sort, or?
Yeah, I can drop the link in the back half.
I don't need it. I just wanted to
Okay.
confirm it came from somewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Lady Di, you have 2 minutes because she went over the line. I'll ask Tiff and the rest of the people in the chat. Yes, it's fine. Go ahead. If you can, Tiff, you drop it on the back. I appreciate it. Please, let's not stray away from the 1 minute mark. 1:15 is okay. 1:30 is pushing. 2 minutes is too much. Okay. So Lady Di has 2 minutes, and then we move on to the next one. Is the sister a pretty privilege doesn't exist? Okay. Lucky and Tiff are going to be next. Go ahead, Lady Di. You have 2 minutes if you want to use them.
Okay, so I'm answering the detrimental part of the sisterhood.
No, you are. Yes, the detrimental part. Exactly.
Okay. So I would say that it could be detrimental because it's inconsistent. And why I say that is because I see a lot of back talking, bullying in the sisterhood. They talk about people that they may not agree with. So for example, if let's say I agree with a man, they wouldn't like me to agree with the other side, because it's like picking sides. They have male side, female side. So if I'm agreeing with the other party, now I'm so-called getting shamed and being bullied for that. So that could be detrimental, because not everybody can take bad, negative criticism on something that they deem as positive in that way, I should say. Meaning that if you are siding with a man and there's nothing wrong with it, right? Let's say you're married, you have a husband. So you're siding with your husband, which is a male, you look down on people like that. So let's say, for example, not everybody is strong enough to handle that type of judgment or that type of shame, especially if they're doing good. They are married, they have a husband, and they are in their right to agree with their husband. If someone is doing that in their household, they're not harming anybody. Everybody is fine. They live in the, let's say, happy marriage life. But you guys would shame that. Detrimental could be to someone who can't handle that type of pressure. They're like, oh, I'm doing everything right by my husband, but I'm being shamed by my friends. Let me go ahead and off myself. Let me go ahead and do these things to make harm to myself. That's why I think it could be detrimental, because everybody's not strong enough to deal with being married and having friends and having that balance. When you have a friendship with the lady, you should be able to have a relationship with your husband and have friends. But it's kind of making it hard to have friends. If I'm having a husband, but I can't have a friend because she's shaming me for being, let's say, a good wife, or siding with my husband, which is the male side. So I don't think that it's beneficial, or it could be harmful, detrimental in that way.
So we're going to close this one out. Okay. The second question, we're going to move on. Once again, please like the video. There's 400 people watching in all platforms. support the content creators in this space. I'm going to start blasting all the links of the content creators. Dating Pool, Rusty Reactions, please go ahead and follow her. Sharon Bracy, please go ahead and follow her. Sorry, Sharon. Sharon, no, Sharon, that was not on purpose. I get Sharon, it was not on purpose. I'm sorry. Go ahead and follow Sharon Bracy. Go ahead and follow Lucky Marie. I would appreciate that. The Raging Tomato, Sarah, please go ahead and subscribe to her. And Lady Di too, I would appreciate too. Tiff is going to pull up probably with the channel very soon. I appreciate you being here, Tiff. We'll make sure to support you once you get there. And Jack is very, very happy that the ladies are here because he spent the $300 already. So thank you very much, Jack. I truly appreciate it, but he is not opening the Shadow Realm. So Shadow Realm, $100, $20 for questions on the last part. Replace a moderator, $150. Okay. So please, pretty privilege exists. Let me put Lucky and Tiff in the middle. This pretty privilege.
It's time to
Lucky, you've been very quiet and very patient, so you start now. Tiff has the right to respond. The timer is on. We are 30 minutes in, so let's keep going. Go ahead, Lucky, you got it, and then Tiff can respond.
You just want me to say why I agree? Well, I
Yes.
think for obvious reasons, pretty privilege is a thing because we see it in society. It's also a beauty standard when you go to get certain positions. It's already been a thing where if you go on job interviews, you're more likely to get these positions. Also, when it comes to dating, certain things, you get more grace when you're more attractive. You get more things handed to you when you're more attractive. So I definitely would agree that pretty privilege is a thing.
Lucky, I'm not sure if there was a cross connection, but I do believe that pretty privilege is a thing. My caveat is this, that pretty is normally associated with a particular age demographic. So pretty is typically a young girl sport. At some point, you may age out of pretty. Being an attractive person is something different. So yes, there is a benefit to being attractive. However, if you are always leaning into how you appear physically, it may make you be a bit deficient. And I'm not saying everybody, because I know that you have depth, but there are some women, and we can agree that they lean very heavy into their pretty privilege. And then as they age out, it becomes a problem because they've not created skill sets that are beneficial to them, that attraction can change. I think we're in the middle right now of where we're seeing like the BBL die and the skinny thick is coming back. So attraction and pretty can sometimes also be conditional based on those parameters that society says. So we have to be very careful about what we put value in. That can change and be very fleeting.
Clarification, please, so I can see. So you don't agree that a woman gets better treatment if she's more beautiful than the
If you look at my answers, I did not deny that. That I do
Okay,
agree.
So you agree with pretty privilege?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
If you agree with pretty privilege, it's totally fine. We go to the next one. We shelve that. This one is a spicy one. Are pick-me's traitors to women?
It's time to
Lady Di and Lucky disagree. Tiff and HQ agreed. I'm going to start with Lucky because Lucky didn't have the chance to actually get her feet wet. So, not pretty. Are pygmies traitors to women? Lucky, why do you disagree?
I think unless she's a lesbian, I don't see why it would be a traitor to women, because if you're a woman who is pro relationship, pro family, pro community, you're going to want to align with something that is about a family structure. So typically what I understand, a pick me is given that that coin, that phrase, or you're getting told to pick me if you align with certain ideologies that men state that this is the way that relationships go. If you're a person that aligns with building with the man a certain family structure, if you're a woman that chooses to look at more self-reflect in situations, even the situation where most women feel like they like to operate out of a victimhood. And most of the time, if you're a woman that's more accountable and you feel like I too have accountability in the way that things play out, most women will call you a pick me if more men agree with the way that you think, or if you have more ideologies that men agree with. So I think the only way you can be a traitor is if you're perceived to be a lesbian.
Can we have a definition of a pick me based on what they believe? What is a pick me?
Can you give me your definition?
In my definition, I believe that a pick me is someone that, regardless of whether the behavior is in alignment with other women, as long as men give the validation, they're more than willing to go across or turn against other women. I think that most women, again, HQ is a widow, I'm a married woman. So I am very much in alignment of family values. I'm very much in alignment of allowing a man to lead. I'm very much in alignment of being able to be submissive. However, what I am not allowed with is potentially putting another woman in a dangerous or precarious situation because I choose to be submissive. That does not mean that other women need to be submissive. So other women may say, she is being a pick me. No, I choose to be submissive to the person that I am partnered with, but I am not going to put other women in a unsafe environment because they choose to have a different relationship status or operate with men and or women, be it lesbians, because there is always typically a dominant and a submissive within relationships. I don't think sexuality has anything to do with that. I think it has everything to do with the dynamics of just relationships. So again, I believe in saying that if a lesbian and or a straight woman has decided to submit to their partner, that there is not anything wrong with that, as long as that behavior is not harmful to people outside of their home and or the community that they are within.
I got a question. If Lucky doesn't have to
Go ahead,
say that,
Lisa. You got this.
I just had a question. So
And by the
how?
way, just 1 second, Jack. You already spent $400. Go get some pussy, brother.
Wow.
Just go outside. Go outside, drink a beer, have fun. I appreciate you, the support and the love. You don't need to do all these, okay, Jack? I truly appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Can I just do a side note? Lucky, I'm old as AF. I don't know what you did with Jack. When I grow up, I want to be like you, sis. Like you gotta tap into that.
Yeah.
Sisterhood.
Thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate you. Thank you
I
very
have
much.
a follow-up to understand just on this, because I can understand the notion of a woman who I guess would be faking it to get attention from men.
Yes.
But typically when you get that idea of a pick me, it's usually in conversation where women feel like if I agree with a man, or for example, if you state that, oh, my man cheated on me, or this in case, or and you take him back. Literally, if you assess situations within your own relationship, women are typically quick to say, oh, well, you're a pick me because you're identifying issues within yourself. You're saying stuff like what you just said as far as submission. A person like me would disagree that submission should not be selective. It should be within a way of a household. Now I get what you're saying. If there's a dominant individual, then we can't say who's the dominant individual. But if that kind of goes inside with a sisterhood ideology, because if we don't really align with what the position that women are in, then we can't really disagree with women that want to align with a certain type of narrative of men that says, no, allow a man to be a man. Because then we have another perspective that says, no, well, he can't be a man, so I need to step into that role. And I just don't agree with that.
So I want to clarify the reason that I said dominant in a relationship, because it was brought up as if a person was same gender loving, that was harmful, and that within the same gender loving relationships, I am a straight woman with a husband. What I'm not going to do is talk about the dynamics within a different relationship, but I'm not going to shame another woman, regardless of whether she's straight or not. If she chooses to submit to a partner, that is that person's choice. And I believe that that is okay as long as she's safe. So I'm not making it conditional in the sense of this is a woman, this is a man. I'm saying within the confines, as you said, within that relationship, if that is what works for them, So what I don't want to do is for us to isolate or put other people that might be same gender loving out. I'm not going to be okay with that, which again, in being in a sisterhood and being of a sister code, I understand that some women are same gender loving. If we're talking about me as a traditional wife, then as a traditional wife, then yes, I choose to submit to my husband. And that's not conditional. That is the relationship and what I've established because we are in a trifold marriage, meaning God, my husband, and then myself.
Can I clarify a point? I'm not making anything about same sex. The question was, are you a traitor to women? If we are all heterosexual and we like men, we understand that if you want a relationship with a man, you have to align with the man. What could a pick me be doing that dignifies her as a traitor to women if she's not into women?
So, based on what you said previously, you said we all understand when a woman is aligning just to be selected by a man. Is that what you stated previously? That we can agree that there are some women that, regardless of what is going on, they are going to be in alignment because they want to be selected.
Correct. How is that trading
Okay.
women though?
So, within that selection, if she is agreeing with things that potentially could be harmful to other women to be selected, then when that woman acquiesces or does not get selected, it could be surmised that the expectation for other women will be to do as she did, to acquiesce. The term pick me to me is it's almost anecdotal because in the sense of when we were all in when we're all in school and we played Red Rover, everybody wants to be picked. So to be selected or wanting to be selected is not a problem. If you're
Steve,
wanting to be
can I ask you
selected,
something real quick?
go ahead.
Ask you something? Tell me one talking point that is very damaging to women. Like one of these pick me talking point that pick me say to that they agree with men that is very damaging to women.
So let's talk about the submission.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter what he says as long as you do what he says. That's what it is. So if you're being abused, if you are not being taken care of properly, if you are um, if a man is asking you for submission but they're not submitting to God, then to tell other women that you are a bad person, then you are putting other people in a precarious situation. If a person is atheist, why would you ask that woman to be submissive? You're asking her to participate in a system that she does not believe in.
I got a question. So you just mentioned that pick-me's, some pick-me's, they're abused and all of that, right? Just now, you just said that. I'm considered. I didn't make the name up. The sisterhood made up this pick-me name. Okay. So I'm considered a pick-me, right? I'm not being abused or anything. There's no harm going on in my marriage. So why am I considered a pick-me?
Did I call you a
Based
pick
off
me?
of your off your
No,
definition.
that's what you're making it as an assumption. So I didn't call you a pick me. I don't think HQ has called you a pick me. So based on the sisterhood conversation that we're having right now, I don't think anyone has called you a pick me. So if you want to address other women that conversation has happened with before, that would be a conversation that you need to ask them. No one within this social setting has said that to you.
So that's why I'm saying a lot of the stuff that people that align with your sisterhood is inconsistent because people that's
Who are people?
people
Because I
in
can
your
only
sister.
answer for myself. Who?
I'm
What is the
saying,
sisterhood to you then?
okay, so wait,
Who
let
are
me
the
finish.
people in the
I'm
sisterhood?
gonna finish.
One
So
second. So
what
you
I'm
ask a
saying
question, let
is,
Lady Die 1 minute and interrupt it. And Jack, you are not derailing. I'm just afraid that you look at your bank statement tomorrow and you regret something. Okay, it's all that. Okay, thank you, sponsor of the show. $450, no shadow realm, no nothing. So go ahead, Lady Die. 1 minute and interrupt it, and if you can go ahead and respond afterwards.
okay, so based off of what I understand from sisterhood, because remember, I'm not in the sisterhood that you guys are talking about based off of what I've been hearing. So your group I'm talking about. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying your group
I see,
is
Lex.
would deem me as a pick me. Now, you did not say that, and HQ did not say that. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying in your group. So it could be confusing because your group mentions these things. This pick me name came from your group. So I was asking for clarification on how that can be, because I'm not getting abused and I'm considered a pick me. I'm not saying you considered me a pick me, but people in your sisterhood group, because I just thought it was one, okay, says these things. Even HQ, she talks about mammies and stuff. I think it's all the same. I'm called the name. I didn't make the name up. So I was just asking for clarification in your sisterhood group, which I thought was one. So that's all I'm asking.
So, based on what you're saying, you made an assumption that all women within a particular group believe the same thing. And the beauty within a sisterhood is that we can all hold different opinions without shaming and or being in a public environment and trying to answer for others. So what I can say for myself and for HQ within our group together on this audience is we do not deem you a pick me or a mammy. So if someone was to say that within the sisterhood that you're not a part of, what I would ask you to do is to say, hey, this person called me a pick me or a mammy. Can you ask them why they did that? And then at that point, then I can reach out to that woman, respecting her womanhood and her autonomy, and go forward from there.
So I believe HQ believes that, from what I've heard in other videos and me watching her, she believes that any lady that aligns with a man and picks a man's side is a mamie, pick me. It's all the same name. She believes that. And she is in your sisterhood group. So we can ask HQ right here on what that would mean, because I'm not being abused and all the stuff that you said, but she can align me in that terminology that I am as such, because I don't pick on the lady side. I'm always on the man side. So I'm asking because I heard that coming from one of your parties.
HQ?
Oh, okay. The
Hold
question.
on, can I say something?
Well,
Give me
let's.
just a second.
1 second. Let's up 1 second, because I promise you, I get you next. I just want to hear, because Tiffy is not running away. She's. Go ahead, HQ. I don't need to explain. Go ahead, HQ. You got this.
All right. Now, I said that all of us women are on a scale. And we have women on this end that are pygmies and mammies, and we have women on this scale that are sort of like hyenas, and we have everybody in the middle. I have said that, right? And the pygmies align themselves with men against the girl code, against the sisterhood, or whatever, however you guys do that, however you guys deem it. Sisterhood, girl code, whatever. Two different things to me, but that's the way I look at it. You're asking me, that's what I'm saying, right? And they align themselves against the womanhood or the sisterhood. Now, when they do that, to me, they are traitors to the female. Why? Because they understand girl code. They understand sisterhood, yet deliberately go on the side of the man. I believe they do it for three reasons. One, because it's a jealousy of other women, and to see other women be independent, doing it themselves, not needing a man, is upsetting to them. Number two, I think because they want to be protected, they want to be picked, they want to be loved by the man, and this is a patriarchal society, they jump on their side and take their side when it comes to points, that kind of thing. And the third thing, I think, is because these are just women who want to have the advantage over other women, and they feel like they have to align with men in order to get that advantage. So that's why I say they're traitors to other women. Not that they can't come back. It's just that I feel like there has to be a reason. You understand girl code, you understand womanhood, whatever, however you guys see it. And yet and still, they don't align with the women when it comes to women.
So it seems like Tiff doesn't really agree with that, because what she's saying is completely opposite. She's saying she. But wait, what I'm saying is you guys are not in agreement. You guys are like on two different opposite. So this debate could seem confusing because me and Lucky are literally like on the same path. So you're not going to hear any conflicted
Technically not, because what she didn't agree with, she didn't argue.
1 second, Tiff. I'll give you the chance to respond. Go ahead.
what I'm saying with you guys are not even on the same team, it looked like, because Tiff does not agree with that. You agree with that. So what are we debating right now? Because I think Tiff maybe need to be on the other side.
So,
I kind of wanted
1 second just to make sure, because Lux said the question. I want clarification too, because when I asked the question, woman ate. Oh, sorry, that is a future question. Woman ate woman more than man ate woman. Again, it's going to get spicy. So when you get our pick me traitors, HQ and Tip said yes. Lady Diane Lucky said no, right? And once again, I need for us to establish a baseline. If you agree, talk. If you don't agree, don't talk. Just let the next person next to you talk, so we go from there.
I keep wanting to talk, but when it says stuff like you'll get a point for chiming in, this is all over the place. She's saying sisterhood is this. She's saying, oh, if you're a hyena, if you agree with men, now we can establish to be outside of the sisterhood is to align with men. And she was married. So if married women don't care about getting a love from men, what are we talking about? So if being a part of the sisterhood means not to align with men, let's establish that being the fact. So to align with men means you're going against women. Women who want to align with men are considered quote unquote pick me's, but these are married women who are stating why, if you want to align with a man, this is problematic. So what is the problem here? Are we saying married women are preaching to younger women, or just saying in general, oh, well, yeah, I was married. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, but I didn't really love my husband. So if you get a man and you care about being loved, that's not really the part of sisterhood. What are you empowering if you're shaming women for uplifting what a community is, which is man, woman, and child? That seemed demonic and rebellious to me. That doesn't seem like a sisterhood of empowerment. That seems like if you agree with what we agree with, which is just whatever women say, then we fuck with you. If you disagree with it, we don't fuck with you and we're going to shame you. Where's the empowerment in uplifting her family or uplifting unity of man, woman, and child?
So it's
Look,
unfortunate.
1 second. Let's. I promise I didn't forget you. Let's just then get in the back and forth so we can kind of figure this out. Okay. You got next as soon as they reply. Go ahead.
So I think that we're kind of going all the way with, like, to say that it's back and forth and all over the place. It's absolutely back and forth and all over the place. To imply that a woman cannot be a good friend and or within a sisterhood and also be a good wife, to me, is idiotic. I think that you can literally, again, as women, not always have to have the same, this is what I want, so you should want this. This is what I believe, so you should want this. This is what I need, so this is what you want this. Within the realm of a sisterhood is to say, Lucky, you don't want to be married, and that's fine. If you don't want to be married, I absolutely, as if that's what you want to do and that's what makes you happy, then I'm 100% behind that. If someone else says, I want to be married, and within that marriage, I do want to also be able to have women friends, and or say that I am willing to be friends, but to mitigate the risk on top of my relationship, I don't find the problem in that. So I think for us to kind of jump the fence to say that being in community with other women makes you anti-relationship, I'm not sure where that came from. I don't believe anyone here has said that. So
But why are we
it
calling
feels
women a hyena?
disingenuous.
Why are we?
But
I'm
no,
not honestly.
but the
I'm about to get to
so
the
I
point.
want to make
I'm
sure
about to
that
get.
this.
1 second,
No,
Tiff,
no,
because
no,
the rest
no.
of 1 second,
Fatty,
Tiff,
I'm
'cause
about. Fatty, let me speak.
1 second, Tiff. You are going way over the 1 minute mark, and you are asking questions and then keep talking. When you ask
Okay,
questions, pass the microphone.
I
Okay, go ahead,
apologize.
Lucky. You
I
got this. No, it's
apologize.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I guess because I'm trying to figure out why do we call a person a titled name? Because she aligns with men. What is the negative connotation into agreeing with a man, especially if you want to marry one? What is the negative connotation to that?
It's you. Can you reply to that? What is the negative connotation with that?
First, nobody said anything about not wanting to be married, being a marriage, or anything else. You all brought that up. Second, I answered the question. The question was, are pygmies traitors? I said they're traitors because of X, Y, and Z. That's it. I never said anything about hyenas not wanting to be married or pygmies not wanting to be married. I never said anything about that. I said, this is what I said. Nobody has said anything about marriage, family, or men. I'm saying pygmies align with men against women. That's why they're called pygmies, because everything when it comes to relationships, it's always from the male's perspective. It's never from the female's perspective when it comes to the pygmies or mammies or whatever you want to call them on that side. Okay, it's all, and in the middle is where most of us is. But when we get into a discussion, what I found is when we get into a discussion, the pygmies and the mammies, it's always trying to shame us other women into being more marriage minded, being more mobile, more moral, more keep our legs closed. It's always shaming on them, trying to shame us regular, normal, individual women, and we just want to be human beings. That's the direct answer. Are pygmies traitors? I feel like they are.
Okay, so let me just try to understand. So they're traitors, the women that are speaking against women being promiscuous, the women that are speaking against anything that's or speaking to them for them to be moral, anything that inflicts shame on women is going against women. Do I understand that correctly?
No. Male perspective.
Okay, can we have an example, Patty? Because I don't know what a male perspective is.
Yes, it's fine. Go ahead, HQ. Give me an example that is palpable so we can see what you're talking about.
Well, when you get on a panel, when a female gets on a panel and they spit male talking points, I don't know any right offhand. I know it's more of, well, all women are this and all women are that, or instead of giving male correction or male direction or pushing back on what the men say, the women who are considered mammies don't do that. They push the point forward from a male from a female on the male's perspective against other females. That is what they do. You're well aware of the male talking points on these panels. I don't need to repeat those, but they usually spout those off to women. I'm not saying it's a moral thing. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm saying when you come out and you say, oh, women need to keep their legs closed, do you ever hear the women say, men, you need to do this, you need to do that? 9 times out of 10, when you're hearing a person speak who's talking male talking points and they're female, it's always against what the women are not doing, what the women are doing wrong, what the women are not trying to keep families and households together. Just like we were just talking, me and Tiffany were talking about what pygmies are and aren't. You all came out talking about, well, they must not want to be married, or they may not want a male perspective, or they may not want to be family orientated, or may not want this. We never said anything about family or being married or being a wife or blah, blah, blah. We never said anything like that.
But that's the point. And you've been over 1 minute. That's the point. The sisterhood never speaks to family. It's very selfish. You speak to what you want and yourself outside. You take yourself outside of the community. And when you do that, you're left with men and you think that women should be speaking to men, and that's completely out of order. Women should be speaking to other women. That's the true meaning of a sisterhood, empowering them so they don't get back out there and make the same decisions. When you constantly think that women should be out of place stepping to speaking to men, this is why you get those phrases where you start to shame other women who don't want to get in the yelling match with other men. So to think that it's empowering for us to be separate from the community, I'm trying to understand, how do you think as the mothers of community, which we are, whether we like it or not, to think that sisterhood is empowering if it's really shifting you from the things that have caused problems? It's basically saying to be selfish.
May I respond?
Yes.
Are you in?
So within what you just said,
and this is a less back and forth.
really quick. So
one
within,
second. I just telling you the order. If nothing else foreseeable happens, Lux has a question for you all. So you're going to go next. Sorry, Lux. I apologize once again. My bad.
Do I respond now?
No, it's you. Yes, it's you. And then Lux goes next.
Okay.
Yes.
So Lux, based on what you just said, and I think what the concern is if I am to come and give you unsolicited advice, that's exactly what it is. It is unsolicited advice. But if I'm giving you advice within the realms of a sisterhood, within the realms of I want you to do the best for your home, for your household, whether you are a single home, if you are a home within a relationship, we have to build and establish a relationship, i.e. a sisterhood, so that when the correction comes, then it has some grounding. If I don't know you and I say, you know what, you should do XYZ, that is an unsolicited opinion. If we are within community, if we have a shared goal, if we are trying, if nothing else, we can agree, you're here, I'm there. But we both agree to cause no harm. And if I say, hey, what you're doing is causing harm, and you know that you're here, I'm there, but the goal is to cause no harm, then me giving you advice, I feel as if we have something in common, then the buy-in to at least perhaps listen to what I'm saying is more anchored.
So I wanted to say something to Tiff real quick. I want to show you how your team member, you guys are not on the same team. So Patty, can you please like Google it? I want to play.
You want to use the option Google it?
Mm-hmm.
What should I do?
So look at your DMs and check a clip that I have there.
Okay, and Black Dawn activated the Shadow Realm. 20 minutes start now. We're just going to use the Google it thing. Okay, it's here. Let me download it. So this is for HQ, right?
Well, right now I'm actually gonna show this for Tiff. You and your team member are not, to me, on the same team. The things that you say, I could agree with some of it, but your team member is like complete opposite. So I'm gonna play this clip so you can see that.
So that's two clips here. It's one second, just to make sure. You send me the HQ and TIF is the HQ, right?
HQ, yeah.
Okay, let me play this and then we go from there.
It's the spectrum. On one end, we have the mammies. On the other end, we have, for lack of a better word, the hyenas. So us women on this end, the hyena end or the feminist end, get pissed off with the mammies because we know they understand girl code, and we know that they're hiding that girl code, trying to fit in with the male agenda. We know you understand girl code. So when we hear you say, oh, I got to align with the man, everything the man says is correct, and he's got to be this and that pisses us off. Because we know what you're doing. We know you understand girl code.
So HQ, are you admitting to bullying?
We're not bullying. We don't bully. We're not bullying.
HQ, you know I love you, right?
Right.
Have you seen your super chats?
But I'm a self-admitted one on that end. Okay, I don't hide it.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Just to make sure, 20 minutes are on. The
Do I
Shadow
respond
Realm.
to her or no?
Yeah,
but
absolutely. I just want to make sure that the Shadow Realm is on for the next 20 minutes. So
Hey, Patty,
it gets a little bit spicy. You guys just
Wait, HQ, because you asked a question, but Lux had a question, and also Lady Di, I really appreciate that, but she was talking about girl code, and we established that we're talking about the sisterhood, so that point would be mute to this conversation. Lux, what did you want to ask? Thanks.
Disagree.
I'm muted. I just wanted to ask, like, moving forward, can we not make it so personal? Because it just seems like every time something is said, like between Di and
that
HQ, like
you are 30 minutes late because the Shadow Realm is open for I'm a little bit late, Lex.
I fully agree with this, though, in terms of what Lux is saying. Like, she's 100% spot on because there's a lot of internalization of things that are being said, and internalization is fine in one half, but in terms of a debate, like if you really want to get to the crux of it, you have to remove your emotions. Sure, certainly being passionate about a topic or really having feelings about a topic is really great. I think that's important, but every time something keeps being said, somebody's internalizing it, and then what you're spitting back out is a personal, like you feel personally attacked, therefore you're defending yourself personally instead of your stance. And I'm not really getting a lot of like true arguments out of a lot of this, and it's really hard to try to come to a conclusion with where you're standing outside of your personal fifis. You know what I mean?
Can you be more direct of who you're talking about?
All of the above. It's coming out of a lot of angles. Here's what I will say. I will say Tiff and HQ are hitting a lot more points, like in terms of their argument. And I feel like, Lady, you are internalizing a lot of
No,
things.
you cannot say that. No, that's the judgment part. You can't say
What
that
I'm
now.
what I'm saying, well, she asked me a question. I'm going to answer it in terms of what I'm hearing so far on the internalization and what you're spitting back out. Like, your points aren't coming out to the argument; they're coming from how you feel, right? And that's fine. If we're running down the feelings path, I will roll on that concept. That's fine. I can go in that direction, but I want you to understand and make sure that, like, what I'm hearing in terms of argumentation on a stance versus how you feel are two very different things.
So is that a perception so I guess she's saying that what she's interpreting from this whole conversation is that Lady Di is more emotional and she feels personally attacked. And she's saying Tiff and HQ are making more logical points. Is that what I'm hearing?
What I'm saying is they're speaking more, not on everything, right? You're all guilty of it. It's just there's a little bit more weight in one way.
Fatty, what is this?
No, there's not. Don't ask Fatty what is this. She's the moderator.
I'm asking because since it started, it's been more mods given. Oh, can we do this? I have not been able to nail down with them being on the same page of nothing. And then I'm trying to figure out what we're talking about.
Because lucky, we are on question 3. We have 5 questions left, and it's a mess. The other questions actually are way worse. So I'm trying to make sure that we establish
and this is the shadow
baseline
realm, and we like, okay, so let's just have
no, but that's the point. So this is the shadow realm. Respect to Lux and their beautiful head and all that. But then they got Sarah.
Bye, Sarah.
So I'll be here right now with Sarah while Nino is getting dressed. You have 5 minutes to bring Sarah back. If Sarah is brought back, there's no more removing the moderators. It's the first time that happened. So once again, if you want to bring Sarah back, $150 in 5 minutes. And I'm going to, because the Shadow Realm didn't start at all. So I'm going to start the Shadow Realm. When this gets the 15 mark, Nino Nation becomes a permanent moderator, and I guess we send $50 to Sarah as a farewell bye-bye, and we see you later. So Sarah, you have 4 minutes is on the clock. Let's see if somebody brings you back. Nino, if you're watching the show, just get your Superman suit and come to the panel. I'll be moderating while he's not here, okay? So once again, Lucky, let me bring the microphone to you. Like, what's going on that you actually not feeling right now? because I know there's pre-existing back and forth and pre-existing conditions, like things that actually happened on the last week. That seems like everybody now is kumbaya. Nobody like what is going on right now. Go ahead.
I think no, it's just more so if we can understand general things. What tends to happen is to avoid actually speaking on something, we tend to do the dodgeball with things that we understand what it is. So it makes it quite difficult. If we start using words, I know what I mean when I call somebody all type of terms. I know what I'm talking about. So to create terms around the ideology and for us to nail it down, and it makes it seem like, oh, we're not saying to go against stuff. I don't know what you mean about being against family. It's like that's bullshit, because most of us see everybody here. They see how they act when you're a woman and you agree with certain things that men say. And to say that if it puts her in danger without describing the danger that something is putting her in, but then we're going to say that's more logical, this should just seem like a full feminist conversation. And it doesn't seem authentic to what people actually think and they're actually spewing, so we can get somewhere honestly as women, whether we disagree or not. But if we're going to sit here and act like we don't say these terminologies to create a negative narrative against them to align that, then what are we sitting up here doing? This doesn't make sense. And we're supposed to be yielding to women who, I have the results. I was this, but you still mad online talking about women are this if you don't agree with us in this. And it's just like, what the fuck are we saying? Can we be honest so we can have a conversation, or wrap this shit up?
Damn. Ladies, on the other side, are you standing on what you said on the last few days, or today's church day and everybody looking their best?
What was said in the last few days, because we're going to go back to what was happening on the other panel, is that, and it goes back to this, I do not believe, I am never going to believe, and I'm not going to ascribe that all women have one recipe. And what I have said from jump is you do not have to be on my recipe to respect you any more or any less as a woman. And what we are saying is because you don't agree with my recipe, I need to shame you. You're a stripper, so I get to say you a hoe, you a this, you a that. But then you want me to bring in the person that you said I'm not a part of the sisterhood. You don't want me to say anything to you. Nothing has been said to you, but I'm shaming you. So it's double-sidedness for me. It's well, you called me a pick-me. Who called you that? Here and about the sisterhood, because the sisterhood doesn't say in order to be a sister you gotta call them a pick-me. I don't know the contract that you sign up to call people a mammy. I don't know a contract that you sign up to say you can't believe in women. I don't know a contract that says you can't be a woman that believes in a man leaving the head of the home. So a lot of the points have been very negative, because what we want to do is try to allow women to fight each other and to make one person be better than the other. And when a woman is a woman's woman, what she understands is we are not monolithic. The goals are not the same. What I can say is cause no harm to other people and or children. Do not, your morality and my morality, that has a scale. And if you believe in particular things, which is why I say, hey, I don't have on a sweater today. If I go into this is risky, what I understand that this dress code does not fit. I asked Fatty, who this is his platform, hey, are you okay with my shoulders being out? What did he say? No problem. So what I'm not doing or expressing is, as a woman, I can respect where I show up and the beliefs and or the expectations for that particular platform. It is the same thing within relationships and within a sisterhood. And if you want to all or none, if you can't agree with some, stay out and don't be mad that you out. You've opted out, and I'm honoring you as a woman. Stay out.
You muted, Fatty. Fatty, you're muted.
We can hear you. You're mute.
Yes, I just said that We have 30 seconds. Is Jack? It is YouTube limit of $500. He says he wants to bring Sarah back, but he can't. So in 30 seconds, if we don't get Sarah back, we say goodbye to Sarah. And I don't know where Nino is, so I'm going to take his position because I love this shit. So 30 seconds. Let's see what we can do with that. If not, Sarah, bye-bye. If you want to keep streaming, it's good, Sarah. If you want to go back to your show and start your show, it sounds like you're going to start your show on time, and we send everybody over there once we're done. Okay, Sarah? So thank you very much. I appreciate you. If nobody sends you back. My question to the people in the chat is on the panel is simple, right? Do y'all think that y'all representing yourselves today like you have been doing since we know y'all, right? Do you think that today is the accurate version of HQ, Hypocrisy, Lucky Marie, and Lady Di, or this is the polished version of yourselves? I want to start with Lady Di, Lucky, Tiff, and then HQ.
That's actually where I was gonna lead to that, is because right now what I'm seeing is that.
And by the way, Lady Di, I apologize, Sarah. Nobody save you. So let me just play the song for you, Sarah. I appreciate you being here, but it's time to go.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. D-Lock. Sing the song, yeah. You can kiss your ass goodbye. D-Lock.
So thank you very much. I appreciate you, Sarah, and we're good to go. Go ahead, Lady Di, and then the rest of the folks. Remember, Shadow Realm is on, so everything, not everything, but the gloves are off. Okay, appreciate you. Go ahead.
So that's actually where I was gonna go to that point, is that what I'm seeing from not HQ. HQ has been consistent with how she is showing herself. I've seen her be the same way in other shows, but Tiff, you're just playing like super nice, like you don't talk shit, you don't do this, you don't do that, trying to be on like our side and throw compliments and all this stuff just so we could she
what
likes
compliment
me.
did I give you?
I'm not done. Okay.
It's
Kind of
the Shadow Realm, so respectfully.
All I'm saying is
I didn't give you a compliment.
I didn't say me. I said us. So we're a team.
No.
I forgot you
say
don't know what a
me
team
and then
is.
us.
So I'm
I didn't give you a compliment.
I forgot what you don't know what a team is, because you and your partner are not on team.
We're not. No. This is Shadow Realm. So
on teams.
Lean back on. We don't know what we're doing. Go ahead. What's your talking points, beloved? Because what you talk. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm being consistent because you called me fake and fried, so I'm gonna be fake and fried with you. And I absolutely told you. Going forward, this is what we're gonna do.
I wasn't done. So you could keep talking. Oh, you're showing yourself. Thank you.
No, you're showing yourself. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate that as well.
Because you've been very inconsistent this whole time.
Just like you.
The only person that has been consistent on this show is Lucky and HQ. HQ is consistent as hell. She knows how to talk. She knows how to.
Do you feel like you've been represented in a good manner?
And you're the only person on here that has been trying to play it nice.
I'll let you answer.
You're the only one on here that's trying to play it nice and trying to be nice to the other team member, just so we can be on the same team.
Member?
No, it doesn't work like that.
Because if y'all are a team, then by proxy, if I'm being nice to Lucky, then you benefit by proxy of me being nice because of a sisterhood.
You're not letting me talk, so your points are thrown out the window. Nobody's hearing what you're saying.
You're right.
It doesn't make sense. I can't even finish what I'm saying for you to even go against me. Therefore, you should kind of just be quiet just a little bit, and let me finish. Okay. All right. I'm making a point because I'm seeing inconsistency with you, not your other team member, just you. So all I'm saying is, if you want to do this right, come how you are, because from my understanding, you throw out threats, you throw out a whole bunch of stuff. So I don't know what empowering thing you're on, because you don't empower nobody.
I didn't empower you.
You're saying a whole bunch of sweet nothing.
You are an individual, and I'm handling you like an individual.
So here we go, throwing out your point. Nobody's listening to you.
No, you
done.
Me.
I'm not done though.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
maybe you don't hear. I think you need hearing aids just as much as you're
You're
wearing
right.
glasses because you're not listening. Because I know I
Absolutely.
said I wasn't done yet.
Okay.
Okay. I think, yeah. So
Mhm.
all I'm saying is it's just inconsistent. I'm gonna finish that point. At the
Mhm.
other end, to answer Fatty's question, I am being very consistent. I've been the same way on on all the panels I've been on. And that's
Hey.
just to answer his question. Lucky, you could go ahead.
I think everybody knows I'm consistent. I mean, I can definitely feel like if there are certain points and you represent a point, you just have to deliver it well. And I would agree that, I mean, I don't really just be watching too much, but I will say just off interaction or just seeing certain stuff to make statements that have picked me or that have anything. It would have just been nice to see people authentically explain why they give people those terms and describe it. To just make blanket statements to say women are saying stuff is unsafe, oh, they're speaking to this, it just kind of makes it difficult to really have an understanding and a conversation around it if we're not being descriptive of what it is. If we're saying, if one person is throwing in that this is a caveat and this doesn't make sense, so this is separate, but then we're supposed to have the conversation against them as a joint thing when first I've never heard girl code until this day being something different. I don't even know grown women follow something like a girl code. Now I understand that there are certain things that they say, oh, this is amongst women, but that changes when dick is involved. So anytime you add men to a situation, there's no sisterhood, there's no conversation. There's just women who agree with men, who like men. Then there's women who want to be against men. That's what it is. There's no, you can call it whatever you want to call it. So to sit here and act like we can't identify with that, or no, we just kind of want to understand where you're coming from. I can understand Lady Di's frustration is because we all see that demonstrated here, which is why the conversation was titled the way it was, because we see the demonstration when we see the different sides. So to see women be able to be quiet, wait their turns, have conversation, that means going forward for the audience watching, when we see everybody up here on panels, they know how to be quiet, wait their turns, have conversations, and get their point across. So if they do it going forward, they're intentionally being disruptive and they're problematic. That's
New moderator is here. Nino Nation is in the building. Congratulations, sir, on the monetization. Appreciate you. Let me go back to the clock and Tiff and
Okay.
HQ can reply.
Thank you. So I came to this debate on the strength of what sisterhood is and what sisterhood is not. When I was on the panel last week, I agreed that there is a sisterhood and the sisterhood has benefit. What I do not and will not allow anybody to scribe is I'm very new to this space. I do not use the term pick me. I do not use the word mammy. I do not women shame. So if that is something, again, I'm not playing semantics. I am in my whole full womanhoodness saying I can, with great fullness of who I am, allow other women to be who themselves as long as they are not harmful to others. And I've said that from the beginning. So the consistency is this: I am not going to push my thoughts on you. If you say you are not a part of the womanhood, you're not a part. So you're outside of the gates. You have decided to be outside of the what is that, the first woman king, when they went in and there was a gated area that other people that were not women warriors were not there. You don't want to be a part of the warrior class. You don't want to be a part of this, and I'm going to respect that. But what you don't get to do is say, well, give me the same benefits. You do not get the same benefits. What I will not do is cause harm. What you do not get to do is try to press upon me to get the same benefits with other women that are going to stand with me. So you are free to feel however you want to feel. I am not a fake person. I am 100%. I've been called a bald-headed bitch and many other things. You know what? I'm bald-headed by choice. I am a married woman, very submissive, very happy. I do not shame other women. What I will not allow is for you to have bad behavior, and then because you got slapped, because you had bad behavior, and now you are in your emotions, because this is the rule, toots, is that if you throw a rock and I shoot you back, you don't get to take and or dictate the response. So if you want to be in your feelings or your emotions, and we want to talk about who is feminine and who is soft and who is dainty, if you want to feed and give fire into putting more women against each other, then that's your choice to do as a woman. You don't want women to be on the same page.
Talking about, you said
women to be in one accord, and I'm going to honor it for you as a woman.
It doesn't apply. You said for you toots and all of this, I don't agree with shaming women. But the person next to you in the clip shaming women. So can you give us an idea?
I'm not HQ.
But you read the room. You're on the same side. So if you
the room is about, is there a sisterhood
women
code?
that do not do that, then you need to what are you going to demonstrate here to show, okay, HQ, I don't agree with the way you speak to women just because they don't agree with me. Is that something you're going to do?
If that's the premise of this debate,
it ain't about the premise. We're in the shadow realm.
It is. The debate is about a sisterhood. So what I am demonstrating is the sisterhood that I have with HQ. And guess what? HQ, because we're a part of the sisterhood, if this is something that the women have decided that this is an issue with, because we were within the fences, what I can do is come back and we can have a conversation and allow you to address and govern yourself. Because
can you draw what the parameters are?
We get to do
you haven't even said these are the traits that deem you in the sisterhood. If you do this, now you read something, but you don't operate out of that because to shame
I've read many, and everything that I said, I'm doing. Because to the point to where you're saying I've not stood firm.
Let me say what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to explain is, to your point, it totally goes against who's on your side in the conversation. So you can't have a second opinion from who's on your side because you sound like you agree more with us than your homegirl. So now we have to understand, why is she the oddball out? You jumped in the beginning to defend her and help her make her point so she don't look goofy. That's more of a sister code, right?
So Lucky, listen to what you just said. You said you agree with me, but you jumped in so she doesn't look goofy. So if I'm saying I don't necessarily align with what you got going on, but I'm also not going to make you look foolish. No, we're legitimately talking about the sisterhood being demonstrated. You legitimately are proving the point.
No, because what you're trying to do,
you are.
Is okay, well, I really don't agree with this, but I don't want her to look a certain way when she's shaming women. You didn't say, you know what?
I said that.
Are we, what the fuck are we talking about? You literally just said, I personally don't do this. The person you're helping does this. So what sets you apart if you're helping women?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hold
on. I don't call people mamies or anything else. I said those words to distinguish behavior and what other people call mamies and pygmies. I don't call people that. I don't shame people that way. Okay? I'm saying the mamies and the pygmies shame other women because they're not morally the way that they want them to be. They don't act like the men want them to be. I don't call people pygmies and mamies. I don't care what way it is. I said it was a spectrum. That's what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't say I'm saying something I'm not. I just made it so everybody could understand the scale of what it was. I don't call people that. I'm saying people on this end, and I know that's what I said. People on this end call people hyenas. This people on this end call people pygmies. I know I said that. Okay. So it was not to shame anyone. No, we're not shaming people. They're not shaming people. They're getting shamed. Women are, when mamies and pygmies, for lack of a better word, speak about women, they're shaming women over here because they don't feel the same way they feel, or they don't align with the men and what the men say. I don't shame women because you don't think like me.
But you said it pisses you. You said it pisses you off.
So that's my personal feeling. That has nothing to do with. That has nothing to do. That's my personal feeling. Okay.
Oh shit. Black Dawn, extend the Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm now is actually structured, friends. You have to reply. You not can overtalk each other. You can be nice, nasty, can do something, but we need to go back to the conversation. Need to go back to the conversation. So, Black Dawn, thank you very much. Let's activate the second Shadow Realm. We have 1 hour to go, so let's keep going.
Here we go, now one. Nothing's wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Something's gotta give. Something's gotta give. Something's gotta give. Let the bodies hit the. 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 Let the bodies hit the.
Thank you very much, Black Dawn. And before we go, friends, I told you we're going to give 2 giveaways today, $50 giveaways to the people that put hashtag hamburger. 46 one of y'all did. There's 400 people in the building. I don't know why the rest of the people didn't do it. So let's draw the first one before we open the Shadow Realm. Let's see who gets the first $50. We're going to pay these on the 23rd. So the first one is Sarah gets $100 there. This is trivia, friend. It's not the video. This is real time. It's not my fault. I have no idea. Fuck this shit. God damn it.
God damn it! God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Seems like Sarah gets $100 from $50 from getting booted, and another $50 just because she's lucky like that. Okay. Once again, hashtag untouchable, not untouchable. I'm sorry, hamburger. We're going to do it again. In the end of the show, we do it again. So please drop the hashtags. We're going to drop more $50. So hashtag hamburger, and you can win $50 by the end of the show when we give the results. Okay, I'm going to reinstate the original clock, the 1 hour clock. Okay, and I want the ladies, since they are not getting, seems like there's a lot of confusion. We're going to go to the 5th question, and moderators, I need you to get a little bit more activated to make sure that the ladies are engaging with each other. Okay,
can I ask a question, Betty, too?
Absolutely.
Now, when you put forth the question, are pygmies traitors or not? So I answered that question. Was someone supposed to dispute me or not?
So you said yes and Tips yes, and Lady Di said no, and you know. So you agree that they are traitors for the majority, and Lady Di and Lucky said no, they're by the majority. Of course, they're probably going to be pygmies that are traitors because they're sellouts, but we're talking about the majority.
Yeah, but I gave talking point. I gave points as to why I thought they were. Did they give points saying why they weren't? I just want to know were they supposed to give points?
No, they just say these. Let's just agree or disagree. Then you actually go ahead and explain why do you believe that way. But these 3 first questions are a little bit more murky. The other one are clear cut. So if I see moonwalking, if I see something different, we're good to go. Okay, we have 1 hour to go. The 4th question is: men are leaders and should correct women. Okay. Men are leaders and should correct women. HQ said disagree. Lady Di said agree. Lucky said agree. And I need to get clarification from Tips. Do you agree with this statement? Men are leaders and should correct women.
Agree.
You agree. So Lady Tips is going to sit this down. HQ, Lucky, and Lady Di, okay? Let me start with you, HQ, and then one of the ladies actually pick and choose what do they want. HQ, why do you disagree that men are leaders and should correct women? The shadow realm is open for the next 20 minutes, so until we get to the 40 minutes. So if the ladies can be a little bit loose, it's just a part of the game, okay? Go ahead, HQ. Why are men not leaders and shouldn't correct women?
Okay. Men are men leaders and should they correct women? I say men are not leaders because they have abdicated their authority in our society. They have let women lead. They have let women lead in employment, education, staying with family. That's why they have abdicated their throne of being leaders to the community. And somebody dispute that.
Go ahead, Lady Di and Lucky. Why do you disagree?
As far as men being leaders.
No. So men are leaders and should correct women, right? You say that you agree. Why do you agree?
I agree because I think that just because there was something that happened, and specifically I want to speak to Black people, because there was something specifically that happened to our particular community. Just because men have been taken out of positions that may have made them better off as leader doesn't mean that we just become this thing. I think we do the best that we can, but because we don't have that overall male correction like we were raised with, we come from a society of fatherless homes. So when that happens, it takes the masculinity out of the home and you're left with just one side where a woman has to bear the brunt, or you create this society where you have to exalt women up in these positions as if they can handle it when our society and our people are proven that they can't. So they do the best that they can, but it doesn't change that we still are operating out of disorder because we don't have men in their rightful positions. So if we spoke to that, I think you definitely are. We definitely need men in their right positions to be able to correct us because we understand the way that we do relationship, the way that we get our self-esteem. There has been studies proven, even with aces, that we do actually need fathers, and a male dominant in your life is much different than when you just have all female. You usually end up with an overly reactive society of people. And I think for us to have men, we're judging the same men that learn these feminine traits from women. So men definitely need to be back in their rightful place to be able to control and lead women. And as long as they're not, we're going to have what we have today, a bunch of unmorally allowed bullshit.
HQ?
I have to agree with her. She said we need men back in their position. They're not in their position, which means they have abdicated being the leaders, which is what I said. Men are not taking responsibility for the community as women are. She said, they need to get in their positions. I said that 3 times. That tells me they're not in their position. So what are we supposed to do? So why would we consider them leaders if they're not in their position? If they're not in their position, we are.
You have the chance to reply, Lucky?
Yeah, because just because it's just like with the woman, right? Just because you're not in a position to only be the mother of the home and you have to go into other masculine roles doesn't mean you change your position. Just because there's no man there doesn't mean the role is not still sewed up for a man. You don't just become the leaders of the new generation. Now you could do things alongside men, you could do things in replacement of men. But the right answer or the right position would be to encourage men or have more of encouragement of Black societies or Black men groups, brotherhood societies that are teaching a lot of other men to get in their position from the lack that they have of just having fatherless homes and the things that was taught by their mothers. So we do see the brunt of that when we see women in positions of leading a community only. So that doesn't change the fact that they're not leaders just because they're not in that position, because the women that raised them didn't make sure that they were able to dominate in society. They made sure that they were more son husband, more codependent, more type of things, more docile men. They didn't raise masculine men. So they raise men that they don't want to be with. And then they blame those men for having lack of responsibilities or lack of qualities that would deem them as a respectable man. So it doesn't change the fact that men are leaders. You don't become a masculine role just because there's no man. You just need to figure out how to put men back in their position and encourage men to get aligned with men so that they can be back in their position. You don't just take that position because there is no man and they're still leaders.
Black Dawn remind you that the shadow realm is still open. NHQ, you'll have a 30-second. Actually, Black HQ, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, and then Lady Di can actually get in, right? HQ. The second part of the statement, right? Man should correct woman. Do you disagree with that statement too?
Yes.
Why? And then Lady Di can go ahead. Go ahead.
Because we all have our own autonomy. We know what's right and wrong and what we need to do. So we don't need correction. No one needs to correct anyone. We're all adults. And to finish what I was saying with Lucky, I never said women were the leaders of the community. I never said that. What I said was the men are not the leaders. The men are out of position. They're out of order where they're supposed to be. So therefore, because they're out of order, because they're not leaders in the community, they have no need to correct anyone. They need to correct themselves first. I never said anything about women being leaders. I said the men are not the leaders.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I never said you said it. I was just making a clear indication because that can be the implication that because they're not in their role, now we need to be telling them. So if men aren't in their role, and women by synonymously are not going to be in their role either, as long as men aren't, then we just have both people out of their role. So how can we have women teaching anything from a standpoint where they're not even in their right position because there's no man? We see what happens if there's no man leading a society. So if you don't completely go back into that position, then that leaves the position open. They're still leaders. That just means that we're a community of women without leaders or men in leadership positions. That doesn't mean that they're not the thing, is all I'm saying.
No, it does mean if they're not taking control of the community, that means they're not leaders. Women have been doing things that they would be considered the leaders of the community. I'm not saying women are. What I'm saying is the men are not. Therefore, there's no correction to be done if you're not leading, if you're not standing up to the plate. They're not doing what they're doing. And you seem to be agreeing with me that they're not in position, so they're not leaders.
No, I just disagree with the premise. So I guess we can deal with, you think majority of men are not getting in positions to be able to sustain a household or be in leadership positions to lead a household? You think majority of men are not doing it, or do you think it's a small demographic of men that aren't doing that?
Oh, is that another question? Because that's a different question.
Just so we can parallel this, because if you would say men aren't in these positions, but I can literally think of a lot of communities, a lot of things with strong Black men that are leading men, especially if you go down south in HBCUs, how many Black men graduate with doctorate degrees, a lot of different things. So I just want to know, do you think majority of Black men are not in their positions as leader, or not even Black, majority of men you're saying are not in leadership positions and majority of women are? Is that what we're saying?
That's correct. That's exactly what I think.
I would disagree.
So I wanted to say something to
Go ahead, Lady Di.
So you don't believe men should correct women. So in a relationship aspect, husband and wife, I know you were married before. Do you think a husband can correct his wife if needed? I'm asking HQ.
Of course, but I don't. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a generalized statement. We're not talking about marriage. In marriage, we have a partnership. In marriage, we correct each other. Yes, of course, he has the right to correct his wife.
Okay,
But hold on. But men in general do not get the right to correct any woman that just comes along or he feels like he needs to do that when he's on a panel. No.
Okay, so that's why I just wanted to clarify, because I wasn't sure if you're talking about all. So women who are married and men who are married are considered men and women too. So I wanted to see if you were just separating. That doesn't count, just women in general. So like, for example, Sharon wanted to correct Lucky on something that he felt was, let's say, disrespectful. Hey, Lucky, I don't think you should talk to me in that way. Can you please talk to me in a more respectful way. You're saying that Sharon would not be able to do that because
no, I'm not talking about a personal relationship. I'm talking in general. I said that.
I said, and this is not personal. I'm just
yes,
using
it is
people.
personal.
Wait, I'm just using people that's on a panel. I can't just make up I could just say John and Kim. Okay, so let's use John and Kim. We don't know their relationship. I'm just going to make random names. Okay?
Of course, if
So
you're disrespecting a person, of course you have the right to say something. But
isn't that correcting?
But see, in the same tone, if he says something to her that she doesn't like, she has the opportunity to correct him. So it's a male and a female correction, not just a man correction.
So just for clarity, do you believe generally that men are supposed to be leaders? Generally, just
generally, yes, I believe they are supposed to.
So if men wanted to take the steps to show leadership qualities, would it not be them pointing out bad behavior and attempting to shame it or point it out to be something of correction? How would women today identify a man taking on leadership qualities if she doesn't respect his position, or if she feels like I too should be saying something too? I want to know, how can we deem that as men today having leadership qualities? How would you be able to identify that? What would that look like? Do leaders not correct or coach? Like how would you describe that?
Okay, because I don't believe the men are leaders, because I don't believe they have the leadership role right now. Men have no right to correct women if they have not cleaned up their own backyard first. In order for you to give me correction, your yard needs to be clean. So therefore, since the men's yards are not clean and they're not considered leaders of the community, then they have no right to correct anyone else until their backyard is clean.
Wouldn't that be an assumption? Wouldn't that be an assumption? Because we don't know a John. Let's say a John. Like if you're just watching someone correct a lady anywhere on the street, you could be at a restaurant, at the movie theater. You don't know that man's life or if his backyard is clean. You just seeing him correct somebody. Not saying it's disrespectfully. We're not talking about violence here. We're just talking about correction. Correction isn't violence. Someone is just correcting a lady. You're using other context to say, well, this disqualifies you because your backyard is not clean. We're just talking about men and women, period. Because you can't look at somebody and say, oh, you have a great life. Like, we can't do that. You just have to go and see how to see it.
I'm not personalizing that at all. I'm not personalizing that at all.
But you just made a context but that is personalizing. You're saying your backyard isn't clean. That means you know him. You know that person. Because how would you know if their backyard is not clean? That's personal.
No, so I don't know. No, I don't know that. In general,
I'm sorry. For me to understand, Di, are you telling her that like a random man on the street should be able to correct a random woman, or are these people that know each other?
Well,
if so, would you be fine with a random man correcting you? I'm just asking for clarification.
I asked a question. I said Sharon and Lucky. She said they know each other. So then, because I'm trying to see where she's coming from, so I have to change the question. So then I said a John and a Kim, because we don't know John and Kim. And then she answered that question. Okay. Now you're asking me, Lux, if a random man corrected me out in the street, would I allow it, or would I look at it as something that I could listen to, right? So that has happened before. I've walked Brooklyn Street before, and a man told me to smile. That's correction, because I was looking, a little probably sad or maybe angry, or the bitch and wrist faced or whatever. I was probably looking unpleasant, unapproachable. He wasn't trying to holler at me. He was just saying, hey, you should smile more. That's a form of correction. And what did I do? Mm-hmm. Now, when he told me at first, I'm like, who is this person? Trying to make sure that, you're not trying to attack me. But when I realized where he stand and where he was coming from, I looked at, and I'm still talking about that today. That was like 10 years ago. So it depends, obviously. If there's no harm to it and someone is given a form of correction because they want to see the best in you as a stranger, I don't see nothing wrong with that. And I'm trying to see what HQ was actually saying. So that's why I had to determine marriage. Okay, cool. We're not talking about that. Just regular men and women. She says, don't talk about personal. All right, so let's talk about regular random people. Okay,
no, well, I mean, if you allow that correction,
somebody corrected me out in the street if I need correction.
If you allow that correction, it's okay. If you allow that correction, that's okay. Most people would not allow that correction. Yeah. I'm saying most people would not. I would not. I'm saying
right.
Person doesn't have a relationship with me. So no, I'm not going to deal with correction from someone that I don't have a relationship with. Period.
I have a question too, right? And the shadow realm, more 6 minutes. If the sisterhood needs to support other woman, and man can correct woman, who can correct woman? This question will be for HQ. Who can correct woman? You're muted.
Ask the question again. Say it again. Sorry.
Sorry, talks. I'm talking while I'm chewing. It kind of got to the premise that the sisterhood empowers woman, push woman. That was the beginning of the conversation. It got very messy because of it, right?
Yeah.
If the sisterhood shouldn't be correcting woman, and men are not in position to correct woman, the question is who can correct woman? Who has the power, the respect, the honor, all the who can correct woman?
Yeah, but I don't recall me saying the sisterhood couldn't correct women. I never said that. I never said anything about that.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay. So
Okay.
you believe that the sister so who can correct woman?
If
can
you
you
have a personal relationship with someone, then you can take that kind of correction. If you have a personal relationship, but a random person just coming to correct some behavior, then no, most people won't accept that. But most people will listen to someone they have a personal relationship with and then deal with the correction at that time.
So can a man that knows a woman correct woman, even though they probably doesn't have all the metrics that makes him an accomplished man? As
Yes,
long as
I mean, your brother may not be accomplished, but he can correct you. If you have a best friend and he's a guy, he can correct you. I mean, these are relationships.
As long as it's a personal relationship, you agree that people should correct each other. If it's not personal, as long as okay. I just want to make sure. Lady Diane Lucky, do you disagree? If not, we go to the next statement. The patriarchy is good for women, and Tips is going to have the microphone on this one. Do you disagree? Any of y'all? No.
Can you repeat it again? You kind of broke up from my end. It's buffering.
Okay, so if you disagree with HQ said only people that know you can correct you, right? Do you agree with that statement? Why disagree, Lucky? Let me give you a minute.
I don't think that certain women or have personal relationships in this atmosphere of this cyber world, but they help correct people behind the scenes or in different ways all the time. I mean, when we try to get out in the world and meet new people, we allow certain people to say things based on how we deem them and how we respect them. So I think I hear what she's saying, but I don't think it's accurate because we allow people we don't have personal relationships with to give advice, give opinions. I mean, it happens all the time. So no, I don't agree with that. I think that when people respect you and they have a universal respect for you, they're going to respect your opinion, because if it's a person that looked like he got everything together, he got money, he got success, and he's saying, hey, you need to do this, or he gonna give his opinion, most women are going to yield to what seems like something they respect. They only disrespect, or you can't correct people if they don't find you respectful.
So let me go to the next question.
It's time to
and we have 48 minutes on the clock, so we have 18 minutes of questions. And the next one is: the patriarchy is good for women. HQ said yes. Tiff says no. Lady Di says yes, and Lucky says yes. So I'm going to let Tiffs get the floor. Why is the patriarchy not good for women? And then Lady Di and Lucky will have the chance to respond. Okay, go ahead, friends. Once again, drop the hashtag hamburger without the H so you can get a $50 giveaway. We already gave one. We're going to give another one by the end of the show. So drop it on the chat so you can earn $50. Go ahead, Tiffs. You got it.
So the question in the way that it was sent was pretty vague, and I don't believe the patriarchy is good for women and or men. I think when we start to give people roles, I think that sometimes the best person for the role does not necessarily show up because we have a prejudged of this is who should show up. So I think the patriarchy is limiting both people. Like it's not healthy for men and or women. That's not.
Can we focus
Yeah.
on women, please? Because that was the question.
I don't think it's helpful because I do not believe that it allows men and or women to show up the best person for the job. So if we're saying if I have to limit a person because she is a woman, then no, it's not healthy.
That was not the question. I'm going to give you the
No, the
time back
question was
after me. No, it's fine. I'm not talking if he's healthy. I'm talking if he's good. A lot of things are good for you and are not
Mhm.
healthy, but they are good for you overall, right? So
Wait,
let's
wait.
go back to the structure of the question. It's fine. The patriarchy is not good for women. Why
It's
do
not.
you believe in that?
I do not believe in expectations placed on women in a particular. I don't see the benefit in the patriarchs, in the patriarch, in the Lord. I have braces, y'all. Um,
Do you
I
s-
don't.
do you see, like, if you don't see benefits, do you see negatives in the patriarchy when it comes to women? And if so, what will they be?
So, am I able for you to give me when you say patriarchy because it was vague
Yes.
in the question? Can you?
Patriarchy is the structure built for man that actually wields power and dictates how society moves, right? You, for whatever reason, think that the patriarchy doesn't have a positive outcome. So if it doesn't have a positive outcome, I would expect you to tell me what are the negatives that you
So
see.
based
Yes.
off of based off what you said, a structure
Mhm.
built for men.
Yeah.
If a
No.
structure is built,
By man. A structure built by man.
so let's nail it. Structure built by men
Mhm.
for what?
I'm sorry.
You said it's a structure built by men. What?
Yes.
Okay.
Is a
Keep like.
structure built by men that
Mhm.
manage society, tell society what should be done, what shouldn't be done, how should be order, and all that.
Okay.
So this
Yeah,
is
no, I do not believe that women should be in a structure that's built for men that are telling everybody what to do, that the
Mhm.
benefit is for men. No.
Okay. So Lady Di, and then rebuttal, and then Lucky can go next. Why do you disagree with tips that the patriarchy is not negative for women?
So the last statement you said, Tiff, is you don't like it because I guess the end result is that everything would just benefit the man, right?
That's not
That's
what
what
I
you're
said.
saying.
No.
Can you clarify with that
Yeah,
last
when
statement?
what he's saying is if a structure is built by men for men to the benefit, he didn't say a good man, he didn't say an honorable man, he didn't say a godly man. He said a man. And if I have to take that as the premise, then I can say there are nasty men, not good men, and therefore that is not safe for women.
Yeah, but you don't use that same analogy when we talk about women. You don't
That's
say
not
I'm
the
not
question that we're
talking
addressing right
about
now. That's not
whores
the
and
question.
yeah, but your rebuttal to what I asked you doesn't go with this. Doesn't go with that. You went off a whole nother
But
situation.
you're
Like men
asking
and
me to.
this conversation has been in general, right? So we have topics. So we talk about women, we talk about that. We're not talking about good, bad, and all that. You just made it that way to say that you don't agree with it.
No, okay. So maybe we're missing each other because you said I want you to dial down to what he just said, and what he said is the patriarchy is built for men by men, and I said, and I'm like,
No, no,
okay,
no, 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 no. Clear it up. The
okay,
patriarchy is built by men. The four men part, scratch it. By men. Okay?
mhm.
Men are in position of power and are dictating what it is. Not by men for men, just by men. Do you change your statement or you still think that is a
So,
negative statement?
so then I asked you,
Me?
and like, now you asked me
Damn.
I think the contention was
Mhm.
where was my issue? And I said, it's not safe for women because not all men are created equal. So if we're asking about this particular question in dealing with the realms of men and knowing that men can be good and or evil, no, I'm never going to say you built it So you get to control and dominate people because you built it. No, I'm not going to agree to that. No, I don't.
So what about the good men that's in that group? That what about
Then
that?
what
Can we
I
just
would,
talk about can we just talk about the positive part of it?
with the positive men, I would help. My hope would be that they would course correct and correct the men that are not good, but that's for men to do. And if that's not done, what I'm not going to do is put any woman in, again, an unsafe environment because the men are over it. Like, no, I'm not okay with that. If that's what other people choose to do, that's fine. That's a choice.
But if the men are, if let's say 80% of the men are good in that group.
So that's the majority. And if we're going to go with the majority, then yes, I'm not going to go against that.
Okay.
And friends, the shadow realm is
Father
open.
God.
Here we go, now one. Nothing's wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Something's gotta give. Something's gotta give. Something's gotta give. Let the bodies hit the. 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 Let the bodies hit the.
We have more 43 minutes and 3 questions. I will allow Lux to ask a question about the topic that was going on. And if nobody wants to be, the next question will be woman ate woman more than man ate woman. Okay? HQ and Tip said disagree. Lucky and Lady Di said agree. Okay? So please, Lux, before we go there, you have the chance to keep the topic on is the
Yeah, so I
patriarchy
have
good for woman? Yes.
I have two quick questions, and this is for everybody who said that I guess they feel like patriarchy benefits women. How do y'all think patriarchy benefits women, and why?
So let's go with Lady Di and Lucky because they are on the yes side.
Okay.
Okay, so if we so for patriarchy, that means that we're talking about a group of leaders. If as women we are the ones who are accepting male as our leadership, then we're just falling in line to obviously agree with the patriarchy movement because we're allowing them to lead our lives in a safe space, in that way. I wouldn't say it would be negative in that way.
Lucky?
I think that's a very unique question considering men protect us. They created environments to do things that we don't even have to do, to even have the privilege to speak as if they shouldn't be telling us anything while using a lot of inventions, even from our particular community, created by men. So I think it's quite interesting to ask a question that states, well, how does the patriarchy benefit women when you ask for protection, you ask for them to lead, all these different things that go into infrastructure? I don't know about y'all. I'm not going out to build no damn building. I'm not about to go into sewerage. I'm not about to do none of this other stuff that women believe that they can start to do. Maybe those women want to be truck drivers more. They want to do things, and that's a good thing. They have women who do that. But to act as though the reason why you don't have the reason why you have the ability to do that is because a man allowed you that ability to do that based on what he built. I guess I would have to see where in history have we shown a matriarchy work out to where you have women willing to build things in society as above men. So I think that's an interesting question for us to even question. It just kind of seems like, how are men useful to us? It just, of course, we need men in anything. Even when you saying fuck these niggas, you still want a nigga. So I think it's just interesting to even ask that question. Personally, no shot at
So
you.
I asked that question because I was trying to see if either one of you
That
were going
wasn't
to
to
say
you.
from a financial
I'm just saying as a question.
I'm just saying, but I asked the question to see if either one of you that were for it were going to touch on the financial aspect, like them affording people the opportunity to be housewives and stay at home and take care of the kids. So that's why they came up. And my second question, how many of y'all are pro-choice for reproductive rights?
Uh-oh. Let's start with HQ. Yes. Tiff, are you pro-choice?
For reproductive rights, yes.
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 What about you, Lucky?
Generally, yeah.
What about you, Lady Di?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Lucky.
Okay, I asked that because I asked that because under a patriarchal system, that's normally men having the right to tell us what to do with our bodies and reproductive, and if women have access to birth control and abortions. So that's all. Just a good question, but we can move on unless anybody has something to say.
Yeah,
Anybody want something to
I
say?
think just more context with that, I agree. As far as why that would be necessary, but I think if there weren't things aligned that allowed us to be, first of all, when we think about Roe versus Wade, that was for a particular demographic of women that were going through things. So when we adopt these ideologies to state today, should we be pro-choice? I think for the ability that certain women shouldn't be having children. So I think if we look at the recklessness when it comes to sex or things that don't put more shame in society, you have more reckless pregnancy that I think the men in society are trying to get a hold of. So if you take away their ability to use deletion and things like this, you could end up with another problem. But I think it's more so of a thing to correct issues that are happening. That's why I would say generally, but typically I just thought it was important to say how it started. It wasn't with our particular demographic.
Anyone wants to add something before we go to the next one?
Only that we have all the people who want to have the choice should have the choice, and the ones who don't want to have the choice, they just don't have to have the choice. But we, as people who want to have the choice, should have the choice. So therefore, it should stay legal.
It's time to do.
Six questions. We are 2 questions away from the end, and we are 40 minutes away from the end of the debate. Okay, last 30 minutes, 20 minutes will be only for moderator questions and for the $20 questions that are going to be sent afterwards. Okay, 366 people watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. I appreciate you. Please subscribe to all the content creators. I'm going to keep dropping them links. So older women are the enemy of younger ones. HQ and Thief says disagree. Lady Di and Lucky says agree. Let's start with Lucky and Lady Di, and then Thief and HQ say why do they disagree with that.
So I think personally just today, I think it's important to separate it. I think today we have more older women who speak and give advice out of pain in their own poor decisions instead of things that they've gotten right. I think when we reach a society where we have younger women competing with older women for the same type of men, it can become problematic. I think when we're getting advice from older women and their advice is more so about you can do it by yourself when she has children or when she's in a certain situation, a lot of their opinions and their perspective and advice can come from a place of how they may have done it in the old times or what they would have done in these situations, and it can cause some conflict there because you're wanting to respect a person as your elder and trust that they're giving you good advice. But most of the time, the advice is usually coming from a bitter place or a place of jealousy as to what they would do if they were in your shoes. It's not really from an opinion that uplifts family or unity. So I would say it's more problematic, which is why we're fucked up in this generation because of the previous generations.
HQ, why do you disagree that older women are the enemy of younger ones?
First off, I don't prescribe to older women trying to compete with younger women. We don't do that. We have our own set of issues, values, and men, so we don't compete with younger women. We're not trying to anyway. 2, we come from a level of experience that you have not, that you as younger women have not had. You are speaking from today's women, and from today's problems. Today's problems and today's women are totally different from the women when I was young. Men didn't have to worry about women chasing them for their money. Men didn't have to worry about women just looking for a bag. That wasn't why we got into marriage. We got into relationships. So we understand getting into relationships because we loved men, not because they had money, not because they were rich. That's the current generation that are chasing bag like that. Older women know how to get men because they loved men, not because the man had money, not because the men could do things for them, because they wanted safety and security with those men. So yes, you can get information from older people. There's plenty of people on the planet that have been married, have bitter experiences, but you guys seem, well, younger generation seems to have had more bitter experience. So who has the right to tell anybody what and when and how? Younger people who just keep running into disappointment, or older women who used to at least been married, or at least got a ring, or at least got someone to propose to them. Okay. And when we didn't look for people's money, right?
Lucky?
It's interesting to hear, because usually you hear the terms of if why lay down with a dude with dry pockets and get up with a wet pussy, well, he better have a job. You usually hear that from the older women of generations, and it's because they were married to men that they did not respect. Just because you had a ring does not deem you anything of value, or doesn't mean you're married to a man that you respect, which is why we have married women teaching that to younger women, to say, you girl, don't even worry about getting married. Stay young. Don't get married young. Go out and explore yourself. Go find yourself, which is coined and hence go hop on his money dick and go figure out your flaws and trauma through getting it wrong with different men. So I've always heard older women speak against to younger women, telling them not to settle down. You're too young for this. Focus on yourself. Focus on independence. So to say that they got with men because they love men, if that was the case, then we wouldn't have a generation where they were picking men that didn't want to be with them. So we have fatherless homes. They would have had more love in the home. They would have had more children raised out of love, but that wasn't the case. We have more of us raised out of survival. So to say that older women weren't teaching that, they were, which is why we have married women speaking against the very thing, even though they were married. They couldn't stand Leroy ass that they was married to. I've never heard older women just speaking about love by and large as to why they're married. Most of the time they can't stand him. They throw hot grits on him. They shot a whole lot of stuff. So maybe I was raised with a different understanding of older women by and large, but they never were these submissive, good big mama house grandmothers that were just respectful. They were all.
Wait a minute, hold on. You're saying women, we're just like the women of today. I'm saying we married men for love. We didn't marry men for money. That's the difference. Even though we came out of bitter experiences after that, we still started the marriage and the premise with we're in love with each other and we want to make a family together. Okay. That's not what's happening these days. These days is, does he make enough money to support a family to do this, that, and the third? Of course, you all have bitter experiences. Young women have bitter experiences just like older women. People have bitter experiences. That doesn't mean that we started our premise off saying, I want to marry him for his money. I think we did it better because we at least started with the premise of caring and respecting a person and respecting the human being and not just respecting his wallet. Okay.
So Lucky actually covered your answer. She said the reason why women are out here doing those things is because the older women taught us to be independent and to keep basically not settling down. You don't need to settle down. You're too young. You need to wait until you're of age, whatever age that is, right? So that's the answer to that. It's because we were taught these things. And if we're taught these things and we're raised in a society where most of other women are thinking the same thing, we don't know the other side of just marrying someone for the love aspect that you did. We don't know that. We know from our environment. Our environment doesn't show that at all. It shows the exact opposite. Now, do people come out of that and they start marrying for love? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a minority, it's minor, but it's not majority at all. And it's because of how we were raised. All of us pretty much in this modern society, millennials, mostly all of us have been raised like that. There's a select few of marriages that has lasted in your generation that is teaching their women to be wives and to be showing their self in a space where you can get married. That's not what's happening.
So was it environment or was it us?
It's both. So environment is because when you walk outside your house, you're at school, you're going to whatever events you're going to, you can see the same dynamic outside of your household. In the household is being taught from the women. It doesn't just have to be single mothers, right? Because there's people who are married and they teach that same logic, right? It's both of them, which is double. So it makes it worse. And I can see why women out here acting like that, because they don't know any better. They have to wait until they're like 25 or 30 when they hit the wall. And like, oh my gosh, this did not work.
I do want to ask Fatty and moderators, I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I just want to give clarity. So if they didn't teach things such as that, and they weren't enemies or however word we want to use, who taught women to be independent? Who started preaching the independence for women? Was it men or was it women?
Tiff?
What question am I answering? Are we going back to older women are not harmful to younger women?
No, let me ask you a specific question. Can you answer that, or you want to pass to HQ?
She said, who taught women how to be independent?
Yes, how to be independent.
Who
Yes.
encouraged them to be independent? Who started to push that idea for women to be independent on their own? Was it men, or would you say it was women?
I feel like we're having a conversation full of talking points. So if we're doing talking points, then I feel like my anecdotal experience is admissible. I had a father and a mother. My father encouraged myself and my brothers to.
There was not the question. Let me clear it up.
No, she said who?
No. If it was personal, she would say, Steve, who asked you to be independent? We're talking about in general. Who pushed women to be independent? Man from the majority or woman from the majority? It's the majority. It's fine. Go ahead, HQ, if Steve doesn't want to answer. It's fine.
It's not an answerable question. It's not an answerable question.
But the question is,
it kind of is.
The
No,
question
it's
is,
so if people said who pushed men to go ahead and to die for their woman, I would say it was the men. It was the patriarchy.
You can say
the
it was God. You can
Even
say
if it's God, no, you saw how you answered that. You said it was God. You could answer that very easily.
God is God.
Yeah, but that's fair. Let's go with God. Okay. So now that we answered that, when it comes to man, who push woman to be independent? If you can't answer, we'll pass to HQ. Man, okay. Man told woman to be independent. What about you, HQ?
That was just that was the generation that we came from. But here's the thing. When you think being independent is something negative, then you'll take it that way. Raising someone and telling my daughters to be all she can be, to fulfill your life's purpose, to do what you need to do in order to be fulfilled is not a negative thing. I don't know where we get this talking point that telling a person, man or woman, to be independent is a negative thing. I don't come from that premise of it being a negative thing. So great. If you feel like it's a negative thing, then let it be a negative thing for you. You didn't know how to tailor yourself to be independent and roll back around and be a wife.
But HQ, even if we built on what you just said, if a man is the leader of the house, who would be the person teaching you to be independent? It would be your father, because your father's the head of the house, and he's not telling you not to know how to be interdependent. He is saying in a situation to where worst case scenario, as your father, I don't want to put you out in a horrible situation.
So
This is wow.
So it was mostly men. It was mostly men, and the women went along and said, we need to make sure that these people are independent. And as I stated, if you think being independent or telling your daughter or your son to be independent and be all that they can, then that's your thought process. That's not my thought process. My thought process is I want my daughters and my sons to be as independent and as in being able to take care of themselves and have a well-rounded life and position on this planet as possible. I don't care about that being something that you think because they're independent. It's negative. It's not a negative thing. we don't have any, older women don't have anything to do with the choices that you make when you hit 21. You make those choices. You make the choice to say, oh, okay, the older women said they had this problem, and then environment said this problem. Then you have the mindset to choose whatever you want to choose. That's not older women's fault, because the older women or the fathers, mostly the fathers, told you to be independent. That wasn't our fault. You took it a different way. Your environment taught you this. You listened to that, and you went the way you wanted to go. Women went the way they wanted to go. Telling somebody that to be independent and take care of themselves, that's not a negative thing.
So, final pushback from Lucky and Lady Di. What do you disagree and why?
I'm gonna be honest, Fatty. It's kind of hard to push back if people don't stand on a clear point. So it is what it is. Go ahead, Di.
So it's two things. If you're saying that your generation was teaching women to be independent, but they didn't really like explain what that means. They just saying be independent and there's no clear definition. That's bad parenting. You got to be very specific when you are raising children. But that's based off what you said. You're just saying just be independent, and they took it how they wanted to take it. I'm pretty sure that's not what happened. It was very clear and direct what independence they were talking about. Because the only time you are independent is when you are single and you don't have anybody. But when you get married, that independence is thrown out the door, even if you have a job, right? You talking about, people need to learn how to take care of themselves. Yes. But when you get married, okay, you're not independent anymore. You are going to be relying on the other person as much as that other person is going to be relying on you, whatever that is. So what I'm seeing from back then is that they were pushing independence and not being independence. I guess what you were talking about, like the balance. You could be having your career, which is not independence. It's just you having a career and be married and being able to balance those two. What I'm seeing today is that you're married and people are still trying to be independent in their marriage, or they're not married and they're just trying to keep their independence and not have no companionship because of these fears that has been pushed out here. So
Tiff?
No need to rebuttal if you don't have to. We have 2 more questions. Okay, so we're going to go to the last 2. Actually, there's 1 more question. And friends, we got finally 1 year and a half in the making. We got to the 5K subscribers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The best is yet to come. And I promise to take.
Congratulations.
And I promise to take all these ladies, including Sharon, out of the slums. Okay, Sharon, we're going to go global. The shorts and the pre-recorded video start tomorrow. And I promise you, I made you a promise that 5K, I started to look at YouTube as a profession. I didn't do it before, and I'm going to start to do it now. So once again, friends, the best is yet to come.
Brother.
We talk about this later because we have the last question before we go to the questions, the $20 questions and the moderated questions.
It's time to do.
Women treat you better when they are single than when they are in a relationship with said man. Women treat you better when they are single than when they are in relationship with said man. HQ said agree. Tip said I don't agree. Lady Di said don't agree. And Lucky said agree. So we're going to start with Tiff, and then Lucky and Lady Di can go on the back and forth, and then we go to the questions from the people. Once again, drop the hashtag hamburger to win $50. Okay, we're going to do it before before the judges give their final results. And once again, make sure that you are here by the end of the show because I have a surprise for you. So, Tiff, why do you believe that married woman in a relationship treat their man better than single woman when they are dealing with said man? Go ahead.
Wasn't the question. Please reread the question because I clearly.
Woman, it's fine, it's fine. Woman treat you better when they are single than when they are in a relationship with the man. Okay? Meaning when they are friends with benefits, when they're fuck buddies, when they are not in a relationship with a person. There's not what you got from there?
We're gonna have Fatty. The next debate, we're gonna have to get very, very clear because I'm very little.
How is that not clear, Tiff?
You're not.
Were you talking about men?
Thank you.
Women treating men better or women treating women better? Which one?
Wow. So what do you guys understand? Well, actually, what did you guys understand from this question?
I didn't. No,
it's fair.
Yeah,
it's fair. No, it's fair. If you got a different because you answered, right? If you got a different interpretation, tell me what was the interpretation that you guys got.
No, when you said like legitimately, I'm like.
So how do you say agree and disagree? How do you have an opinion about the?
No,
what
you said.
What I thought
Go ahead,
was.
Miss. Thank you, HQ.
I
gotta pull this up.
No, it's fine. It's fine. What was the question, HQ?
I thought the question said women treat women better when they're single than when they are in a relationship with a man. That's what I interpreted it to be. Did you mean men?
So you guys meant woman, right? No, you guys understood woman, right? I just want to make sure. It might be my mistake. It might be my mistake, right? Do you guys understand? You guys thought he was woman. Single woman treat you. Single woman. You woman treat you better. So you thought that woman treat you better when you're single than you are in a relationship. Was that what Lady Di and Lucky understood too?
Yes.
I might be wrong. Yes. Okay. Yes. So go with that. Lady Di, you understand it too? That was you understand too?
Yes, because the premise is amongst women, right?
Okay. So you know what? I apologize. It was my fault for not clarifying.
Damn, I understood the question the way how I guess that's man thinking and woman thinking maybe.
Yeah, it probably is.
No, that's the thing. I can go that way if they want to go that way.
But no, it's fine. Let's actually engage into what most people thought.
I understood it the way you said it, Fatty. I haven't had to look at it again.
So
you said women treat you better. I'm thinking you're talking about the opposite. So
yes, the opposite sex. But my fault. It was with questions I fucked up on the last one. I apologize. So Tiff.
So rephrase because I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
no, that's fair. If that's fair, no, let's actually accept it how you guys interpret it, right? Women treat other women better when they are single than when they are in a relationship. If that was your interpretation, we're going to go with that. Why?
No, I thought the question, and I'm going to tell you how I took it. It's like the way I process it is regardless of where you are relationship wise, like why is who you are and your character conditional upon being like attached to somebody? If
no.
But you get what I'm saying? If you're a bitch with a man, you're a bitch with a man. If you're a bitch when you're single, you're bitch single.
I got you, but you need to establish the question so you can see if we're good.
Okay. Say it out. Say the question out so I can process it.
What I wrote was woman treat you better. I assume it was men when they are single than when they are in a relationship with men. But it sounds like 3 of the women actually didn't understood that. Lady Di understood it was man, but the other woman understood it was woman. So tell me if you agree with this, Steve. No, I'll go to HQ. Women treat other women better when they are single, better than they treat you when they are in a relationship with a man.
Yes, that's the way I got it.
Do you agree with the premise or not? If you don't agree, let's go to HQ.
I agree.
So let's go with HQ then. HQ, why do you think? Why? Like, go ahead and tell me your opinion about it?
Because they treat you, other women treat you better when they're single, because they're like in the same boat as you. They still have the same hopes, dreams, and wants as you. But the minute you get married, that jealousy factor runs up. That jealousy factor comes in, where why did she get him? Why did she get married and I didn't get married? Why did she have a relationship and I don't have a relationship? So therefore, relationships suffer somewhat, because you have all these expressed feelings about jealousy or envy or whatever, that gets in the way of you having a relationship with that person because they got married. Okay, that's the way I interpreted it. As she does treat you better when you guys are single together, as opposed to when she gets married and you try to flex on her because you got married, because you're married and she's not. I'm just saying I took it that way.
Anyone disagrees with this? Don't force yourself. You don't disagree, it's fine. No one? So let's actually flip it. HQ, do you agree that women treat men better in relationships when they are single than they treat them when they are with them in a relationship? Do you agree or disagree?
Do women treat men better when they're single?
Mm-hmm. Yes, meaning friends with benefits. They don't have a ring. They don't have, like, the relationship is still in the air. Do you believe that they treat men better than they treat those men when they get into relationships with them?
No, they treat them better when they get in a relationship with them, because they have some investment involved. They don't have an investment involved when they're just dating and single. I wouldn't have that much investment. I'm not doing wifely duties and I'm not a wife. So therefore I'm not invested in that man until I'm married to him. Once I'm married to him, then yes, I concern.
And you think that most women are just like you, right?
Yes.
What about you, Lady Di? Because I think Lady Di actually understood the question that way. Lady Di, do you agree or disagree?
So I disagree.
Why?
I think majority of women, put their best foot forward in the beginning. And then when they get into that relationship, they kind of take some of those great benefits that they were showing away, because they are, I guess, getting a little too complacent. And they think that because, oh, he's not going to leave me. We're together. We're married. I have a child with him. We got 3 kids, They think that they could just kind of do whatever. And the man is just supposed to take whatever because they are, in that relationship. I think women just treat men better when they are friends to get them, but not to keep them when they're in one.
Tiff, do you disagree? No, she said no. I don't agree. She said no. So, Lucky, do you want to say something before you go to the final questions from the moderators and from the $20 super chat?
I would just say, just on the premise of women acting differently, it's on 2 aspects. So I agree with Lady Di as far as it is something that where people get complacent once they get that title. They start to feel like they can get more comfortable, more relaxed. There's not too much to really do. He picked me already, right? And then you have it on the other aspect as far as friendships. The way that they have friendships is different. A single woman is going to require a lot more emotional support, a lot more attention, a lot more things that they would get with the companion in a personal relationship. They will require that from their friends. And if their friends no longer, to what HQ is saying, is in that situation with them, it kind of gets harder to have a connection because they're still out here in the world. So definitely there is a switch that happens there based on their personal relationship. So I think we all unanimously could agree on that.
So let me start the clock right now. The clock is on 17 minutes. And we're going to read the questions from everyone. But before we do so, we're going to do the second giveaway. $50 on the line, paid on the 23rd because I'm broke, baby. My money, my saving accounts, and my, right, and my current account. So 78 entries. First one went to Sarah, the Raging Tomato. Hamburger without the H, friends. Donnell Hawkins, you are not, come on, brother, without the H, the Hamburger Fund. You guys know it better. without the age.
I would like to buy the burger.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
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 The burger.
Hashtag hamburger. 78 entries. I'm just going to let my brother Donnell actually write it right so I can go ahead and see who gets the other $50 paid on the 23rd, because I don't carry money like that, friends. So Donnell, okay, you got it. We have 81 entries. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Romelu Bankai in the building, and he won $50. Let's motherfucking go. Sorry, Sharon. I saw you next time. Thank you very much. Once again, we have 17 minutes to go. If you want to add questions to the ladies, $20 and up, and we're going to read them. All the other questions we'll read by the end of the show. Their cash apps are rolling on the bottom. I would love for you guys to at least take care of their lunch tomorrow after church. So please, cash apps are rolling on the bottom. Lucky, Lady Di, HQ, and Thief. Please, at least a lunch. Don't send me super chats, cash apps today. I'll make sure I got y'all tomorrow, because we're going to do a party, little party. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. So moderators, let me go back to the clock. Do the moderators have any particular questions that can help us figure out who won the tag team debate today? And ladies, thank you very much for being here. This is actually way rougher than I thought. The tag team debate is way more difficult than the one-on-one debate, because there's a lot of, did she say that? Did he say that? But I'll take in consideration you did a great job. So let me show your appreciation before we go there, okay? Because I would be a little bit confused too.
You did pretty good, moderator.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Moderators, any question? Or we go to the super chats. Go ahead, Sharon.
I had a bunch of questions, but it was, I know how difficult this was. For the patriarchy one, I want to know in what ways has the patriarchy has been perceived as beneficial, and to whom? That was one question I had.
Pick one. Who are you going to throw that question?
Either, it doesn't matter.
So Lucky or Lady Di? Because they are the ones with, yes.
Lucky.
Go ahead, Lucky.
So your question is, in what ways does the patriarchy benefit society?
And to whom? Which side?
So a patriarchy would deem men above as superior in society.
You say men? Okay. Also with the pick me behavior, I want to know what societal pressures might contribute to the pick me behavior.
This is for who, Sharon? You have to tell us who you want to hear.
Because I wanted to ask these questions while they was talking at the time. So
and it's funny, you just didn't, because you were Sunday or first Saturday, I don't know, in part in United States. But who do you want to point out those questions?
I will ask Lady Di that question.
Lady Di, what was the question again?
Motherfucker. God damn it. Pick me behavior. What societal pressures might contribute to pick me behavior?
I wouldn't know that, because I never created that word or that title. So that would be the wrong person to ask. You would have to probably ask the others, maybe HQ or Tiff, or maybe HQ that knows a little bit more about that word.
Okay. And did I have
and just to make sure, Ilkan Ali said he's going to cover all your lady lunches, so $20 for each one of you tomorrow. And please don't bring me my lunches are $75. Who do you think I am? We are broke here. Okay. We're trying our best So shout out to you, Kanali. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Sharon. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I got a lot of questions. I be thinking a lot. Good. It's okay. I'll be good.
Go ahead, Lux and Nino. No questions? Because you're
So yeah, I have one about
go
the
ahead, Lux.
sisterhood. Oh, can you hear
You
me?
good? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so my question is to all of the women about the sisterhood. So you guys don't have individual, I guess, sisterhoods with like your friends and stuff where you hold one another accountable and tell them if they're wrong and like are supportive and encouraging, because it's not just, in my opinion, I don't think it's one big sisterhood, and it's okay if you don't agree. So I wouldn't let nobody bully you into just agreeing just because you're a woman, because I don't go for that.
I
So
think
I
that
just
I
wanted to know.
Yeah, I'll go
Go
first.
ahead.
I feel like that's what I've been windmilling about. I think that maybe I need to do a better job of like just understanding what the expectation is, because I really thought that we were here to talk about the sisterhood, and I don't see a negative context with other women being in community and holding each other accountable. I don't believe that
Yeah.
women being in community means you cannot be marriage minded. I don't think you being in community doesn't mean that you can't be family first. I don't think you being in sisterhood means that you just like, no, fuck it. I got my homegirl said, like, no, I don't care what no woman says about outside of this house. This is our house. But I can still be a friend. I don't need your status. I don't need your income. I can look at you as a fellow woman and say, hey, we don't agree on everything, but I see who you are as a person. And because of that, I'm going to respect you. And I've said that straight up and down during the middle, which has caused confusion with HQ, which is with HQ, and it's caused confusion with Lucky and Lady Di. And it's like, if you are for women, you are always going to end up in this spot, because I'm not finna slam one person down to elevate another. If HQ is on some fuck shit, I'm going to say, you on some fuck shit. Now, where it's addressed and how it's addressed, it may not be for this 300 forum in the blood sport, because as a woman, I watch other people beat you down. I don't have to beat you down. I can address you in a different type of way. And to me, that is what sisterhood is that we acknowledge that we are women, and the way that we engage each other is different. That's not lack of accountability. It's not. So whatever the fuck is going on with this, like Fat and me and Fatty have gone back and forth for what days now. I'm like, well, what about this? What about that? And I think he understands the confusion, because I am fucking confused. I'm confused.
And shout out to Donnell.
We
Donnell's right. Ali is short.
Don't worry about it, because I'll figure out this after the show, because there's so much to talk. Woo! And by the way, Thomas Legacy blesses with another $100. So we're going to make sure these lovely ladies actually get an even better lunch, and they can get their spouse. So let's up these to $200 split by them. So it's $50 to each one of them. Lucky, Lady Di, Hypocrisy, and HQ. Thank you very much, Ilkan Ali. And thank you very much, Thomas. Congratulations on closing the deal. I appreciate you. First time we get the ladies here, so thank you very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Any more
Yeah.
questions? Do you have more questions, Bugs?
I thought she wanted us to,
Wait.
or did you
Yeah,
want
I
us
wanted
all
all
to
of
answer
them.
or just?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Me personally, no. I used to. The reason why me personally, I think we're just being anecdotal at this point, which I think will help how we disconnect on opinions. Anecdotal experience, that type of unification amongst women just because they're women. Sometimes women don't know that the advice that they're giving can be problematic. And a lot of the times when you come to women about personal situations, the only thing they can do is allow you to be a place for trauma. They don't really allow any type of brunt, because they don't want to make you feel away. I'm not going to tell my friend she looks like this. I'm not going to tell my friend these type of things. She's my friend. I've been guilty of it as well. So what I do is I champion a network of people that I respect, and I trust them to correct me, because it'll lead me down a path thinking, oh, I should give this person a chance because of this, or they're encouraging me to stay longer in a situation that does not suit me based on what they would do. So no, I personally do not operate out of just having a sisterhood. I operate of having a collective of people, male and female, that I trust to give me opinions and advice. So me personally, no, I don't subscribe to that.
Anyone wants to add any questions? And Ali says $40. So Lux and Sharon get a lunch too. I'll take care of Nina lunch to let
Look,
us
Ali
wear
love me.
tomorrow. Yeah, he said that everybody's going to get lunch. Everybody gets a lunch. This is the Oprah show. Everybody gets. But thank you very much, friends. We got blessed with a tremendous amount of money today, so we're going to share the wealth,
Shout
and
out
I
to
truly
my
appreciate it.
guy.
Okay, we can do this every day, but hey, we're doing pretty good. So once again, I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much for being extremely generous to y'all from the Untouchables. So I'm going to go to the $20 question. There's 135 super chats. Let's see how do we get. Let's see if I can get. We have 10 minutes too, so I think we have time for them because a lot of them are not questions; they are more of a statement. But let's see all the $20. So Jack with the 100. Thank you very much. Jack. I appreciate it. Not a question. We keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Please go ahead and follow Lady Di. The links are on the description, are being pushed on the chat, and all of that. So please go ahead and subscribe to her. Please go ahead and subscribe to Lucky Marie. I appreciate you, Lucky, for being here. Thank you very much. It won't be possible without you. Thank you very much. Go ahead and subscribe to the messiest show in the morning, Sharon Bracy. Okay? Go ahead and subscribe to Sharon Dating Pool Roast Reactions issue. Please go ahead and follow her too. When it comes to Tiff, we're going to figure out as soon as she get a channel. We have to keep those things going. Okay, thank you very much, Chance, for another question, but I appreciate you, Jack. Thank you very much, Jack, for another question. So let me keep going. Thank you, Jack, for another 100. Not a question too. And Jack with the 50 again. Thank you very much, Jack. Is not want to ask questions. You guys don't want to ask questions. Black Dawn is the first question of the day. Question for Tiff. If people can disagree with the sisterhood, why did you go so hard at Aaron's sister for a different opinion?
So
what do you have to say? 30 seconds, please, Tiff, okay?
Yeah, I didn't go against her. Her opinion was not based upon the show, so she came up and shifted the agenda. And much like I'm having a what the fuck now, it was a what the fuck moment. And then again, because life is nuanced, when we found out some more information, it was like, okay, I get it, but the way that what she was saying was not in alignment of the topic. And if we're gonna stand on business, she wasn't on business.
She wasn't standing on business, in your opinion.
She wasn't on topic, nor was she standing on business.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's see if I don't lose this. Thank you very much, Black Dawn. Black Dawn and Jack, sponsor of the show, with almost $500 each. Okay, so appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. Evil Dawn is back with the $100. Open the Shadow Realm. We're going to leave this here for a second. Black Dawn literally kicked Sarah out of this bullshit with 150. Not even going to play this one because this
is Sparta.
He said, "Not in my watch, not in my watch, not in my." Ooh, Jesus Christ! Let me stop the clock. Hey man, if you guys are still not working with Ilkan Ali, I don't understand. Yesterday, I'm not going to talk about the size of the check that Ilkan Ali showed up yesterday. I'm going to leave it alone. But boy, oh boy, Ilkan Ali, brother, $500 for the 5K subscribers. Thank you very much for paying my utilities for 2 months and my Uber Eats account for like 3 days. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. From one untouchable founding father to another. Let's go.
Evacuate the city. Engage all defenses. Give this man a shield.
Nino, he said Nino is huge, so I'm going to send him $50. Not because Nino is an untouchable. Nah. Hey, all love, brother. At least taking care of all of our lunches, man. So I appreciate you, Nino. Thank you very much. And congratulations on the monetization. Again, I appreciate you. Can Ali? Everybody gets money today. Everybody gets money today. I appreciate you. Thank you very much on the behalf of the Untouchables. I appreciate you, Ali. Thank you very much, man. We are going to celebrate like he's 1997, even though I was 8 years old. Black Dawn with $200 to get the Shadow Realm. Thank you very much, Black Dawn. Let's see if we can find. Okay, so now the question starts here. Why can women accept help, support, and protection from all kinds and any type of man, but not leadership and correction? To Team HQ. So if you can, 30 seconds each. Why can women accept help, support, and protection from all kinds on any type of man, but not leadership and correction? Thief, 30 seconds, HQ, 30 seconds. The question is why?
Why?
I didn't disagree with this, so next.
What about you, HQ?
There's a thing called chivalry and civility that men are supposed to display if they want to be so-called leaders in the community. So that has nothing to do with correction. That has to do with being just a man in this society, this support, this help, this generosity. Okay. Now, that is whether you're related to the person or not. Okay. The second part of that question is correction. That correction only happens when you have a personal relationship with a person, and that's it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. The sponsor of the show, Jump Over Jack, and Black Daniel Canali with $700, and that's on the low. To both teams, are men bad leaders or women bad followers? Lady Di? In 30 seconds. Yes.
Oh wow. I'm thinking.
Anybody wants to take it for now? Lady Di, will have a chance to. Go ahead, Lucky.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing bad followers, I'm being honest. But I guess I can kind of assume what he means. Like, how can you deem my leadership qualities as something bad if you're questioning anything that I do? Maybe you're just you don't want to follow leadership. So I would say, just in general, the fact that the conversation even here seems like we have to question so much before we follow instructions, I'm going to say it's more bad followers.
Bad followers. What about you, Tiff?
Then it's kind of tricky, Ali, because never mind. Yeah, it's tricky, but I'm go there
because this question is basically in majority, right? In majority, are majority of men good leaders, or is the fact that majority of women are bad followers? If you have to pick one.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then I'll stick to my answer.
You think majority of men are bad leaders?
No, I think that they're not given anything to actually have opportunity to lead because women don't want to follow these women. So I would understand if that's what he means, then I would take my first answer.
Okay. What about you, Tiff?
Yeah, I don't know what you want, the majority or not, but what I have an issue with is if you help me, that's problematic. If you are a leader, you're a leader. If you are not, you're not. We need to be very balanced. The confusion in the question is because the question is confusing. And the
No, it's
reason
not
that
gonna.
both people were no, because even Lady
But
Di said, let me think. Lucky gave two answers. It's a bad question.
Just 1 second. But that's the point. If it's a bad question, you can just say, I don't
It's a
want to
bad
answer.
question. It's a
No,
bad
that's fair,
question.
but that's fair. So just say the question is a bad question. I don't want to answer. I don't have a problem with that. Like I
Okay,
don't
it's a
want to
bad
put the
question.
gun in your. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
gotcha.
HQ are most are most men bad leaders or are most women bad followers?
Most men are bad leaders.
The other part. You want to comment on it?
Well, you said or it's a either or question. I'm
Okay, so most men are. You think there's more bad leaders as men than more bad. Okay, perfect. Dai, you want to have a crack at it on you? You good?
So the only reason why I'm thinking is because us women, we have different type of like leaderships that we will follow. Like there's so many different definitions that just because there's different type of men, right? Which would produce a different type of leadership. And some women don't like to follow every type of leader, which makes it kind of a bad follower. But then it's still it's not a, I want to say it's a bad question. It's just it's too much to say about it. Like I
It's
can't.
fine. You know, it's funny. We're going to do a show about it. Lucanali been very generous today. We're going to do a show about it and actually get to the bottom of this. Thank you very much, Lucanali. I appreciate you. He sent more 20 and he says to both teams, if there are so many bad men, and this is kind of like them, it's our with you. Why do women submit in the bedroom and have children with men but can't submit in relationships and marriage? Go ahead, you.
well.
You want me to read it again?
No. I'm thinking. I never said there were that many bad men. I never said that. I just said there were not that many leaders. Different things, right?
No, please. It's the same. HQ is the same. Mitch, you're doing semantics. It's the same thing.
I'm saying that no, there are good men, but they're not leaders. There are some good men that are not leaders.
But there's the
they go to
spirit
work
of the
every day. They
question.
do all those kind of things. They do all the things they're supposed to do, but they don't know how to conduct a relationship.
Okay.
So therefore, there are not a lot of bad men.
Oh, it's you. That's the spirit of the question. Let's substitute bad men with bad leaders. If there's so many bad leaders, why do women submit in the bedroom and have children with them, but can't submit in a relationship? And ladies, we're almost there. We're almost there.
I had a question.
Go ahead. Like, please, can you answer
Oh,
the
Lucky,
question?
please let me answer because I'm quick. I submit into the bedroom. I submit. I trust
It's not
my
about
husband.
you. It's
I
about
submit to
most
women,
women.
to the people. To the question, yes, I submit. I don't have no issue with relationships and or marriages. I submit to men. Boom.
Right.
No, it's not you. It's most women.
What?
That's most women. That's not you.
Pretty much the question is just stating why women say that they don't respect men, they're bad leaders, but yet still they won't stop sleeping with them.
Yes.
So why are we sleeping with majority of men if we would say that majority of men are not leaders? Kind of like it's like don't shame women for sleeping with the men, but you get what I'm saying? That's kind of like the question.
Yes.
And I think Fatty, it would have been a little bit helpful.
Oh, you cut off. You cut off.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just to kind of understand, can we give like just 3 major components that would deem a man a good leader outside of relationships? Because I think HQ brought up something important. She said he may not be good for a relationship. So, which would make me think
that's fair. That's fair.
So what are the separate qualities? You know what I'm saying? That would make him a leader for a relationship.
Do you want this for who?
No, can we set the premise? What would be leadership qualities?
Yeah.
That
So let me give 3. Right. The man is reliable. He means what he says, and he says what he means. Okay. The man is responsible. Means that he actually has a duty towards his family, and the man is either successful or is not successful, but he's actually waking up and fighting every day to make sure he actually gets somewhere. Let's go with these 3, right? Let's go with these 3.
Okay, so that would be considered a normal, everyday, average man, right? But just a normal, everyday, average man.
So good is normal now.
I've never said they weren't.
HQ, I don't want to debate you, but if good is the average man, so most men are actually good and reliable. If this is the average man, means that good men are in abundance.
I've never said there weren't a lot of good men.
You know what? It's my fault because I shouldn't be talking.
I've never said there weren't good men on the planet.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're going to bypass this one. We're going to the next one. Okay. Let me see if it's a question. Why is okay? Considering most educated women under 30 get divorced, do you guys think that education alone, regardless of personal philosophy, increases the likelihood that educated misandrist feminist woman will stay married at 80%? You lost me at the second part, Jack. Let's go with the first part. Do you think that education alone, regardless of personal philosophy, increases the likelihood that educated woman? Jack, I'm sorry, Jack. This is too much. Anyone understand this question?
Misandrist feminist woman will stay married at 80%.
Yeah, but this is like a 80%. How many of them? Go ahead.
So my question.
He's talking about the
My
divorce
question.
rate. He's talking about the divorce rate. So the divorce rate, people that is making a certain amount of money and they both educated, they stay together at an 80% clip is what he's talking to.
So what was the question?
I'm just saying that's what he was talking to.
I'm trying to figure out the question. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm trying, Jack. There was too much information there. Let me go to the next one. And Lux, what do you wanted to say? I'm sorry.
No, Sharon cleared it up. I'm good.
Okay, it's because it was a lot of information there. Ilkan Ali, $20. If women can only be corrected in personal relationships, who can correct them to both team? We already actually answered that, Ilkan Ali, during the show. Okay, this one was already answered. So thank you very much. Let me go. Let me go down here. Let me see. Tio says, Tiff, do you think most men today are good or bad?
Good.
Ali, we already answered that question. It was a question that we posed to the woman during the relay. Who can correct it? Actually, was me that corrected. If the sisterhood can correct woman and men are not in position to correct woman because they're not leaders, who can correct woman? And that's what was the conversation was about. Let me go to this one. To both teams.
No, he was saying who could correct men. He's asking.
Can correct men?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good one. Who can correct men? Oh, okay. Who can correct men? Okay, go. Let's go. Is this for both teams? Let's go with Lady Di. Who can correct men?
I get from what you just said. I mean, that question is not for me because I don't have a problem with men correcting women.
Let's go with HQ. Who can correct men, HQ?
It would be the same premise as women. Somebody that's familiar with you would be able to give you the correction. Most men just let men do whatever. But if you're related to a person and you know the person and you have a relationship with them, more than likely you're going to take their advice, you're going to take what they say, and you're going to apply that. But if it's a stranger on the street, you might. Sometimes it's a matter of pride with men.
Just to make it clear, can strange men correct other men?
Yes.
Men should correct men.
So men in general, what about you, HQ? Should men in general correct other men, no matter if they know them or not? Majority.
I say the same premises as I say for women. No.
So you don't want strange men to correct other men. Okay. So Ilkan Ali comes back and says, to both teams, would most modern women rather be with righteous, God-fearing men who are leaders that require submission, or men who let women do whatever they want? Let's keep on HQ. Which one do you think they would choose? Majority of women.
Let her do what she wants.
What about you, Tiff?
Submission and righteousness.
What about you, Lucky?
Let her do what she wants.
What about you, Lady Di?
Let her do what she wants.
Okay, thank you very much, Ilkan Ali.
shit.
We keep going down the drawing. We're almost at the end of it. Ilkan Ali says, HQ, who taught younger women the sexual liberation and feminism? Who taught young girls they don't need a man?
Who taught younger women sexual liberation?
Yes.
Men,
feminism.
men did that.
Men
And
did
who
that.
who taught women feminism?
Hmm.
They follow behind the women. They follow behind their peers and their friends. That's how they learn feminism.
And
Two,
who taught younger
who taught
women that they
girls
don't need no
a
man? Yes.
I would say women taught other women that they don't need a man.
Thank you very much, Ilkan Ali. I think we have Jack comes back again. This is not the question. Thank you very much, Jack. I appreciate you. We have another one here. It says, Ali will ask again, do women treat men better when they are single or men better when they are in a relationship with men? This is with men. Lady Di, I think she answered that question already. She said yes, single, if I remember. Lucky said single too. They treat men better single when they are in a relationship. Tiff said when they are in the relationship, right? And HQ said when they are on the relationship. Is that so? Am I correct on this one? Okay, so thank you very much. They already answered. This question was already posted too. Thank you very much. We go to Thomas Legacy. And congratulations, sir, on closing the 6-figure deal and sending $100 to the Untouchable Escort. I appreciate you. I will celebrate this in very few before we leave. And we have John Henry. I think he's one of the last ones. Team Sisterhood. Does a woman lacking virtuous behavior deserve of benefit of chivalry? This is for context missing in HQ answer. Does a woman lacking virtuous behavior deserve or benefit of the benefit of chivalry? Does she deserve it? He asked if she deserved it, even though if she's not virtuous. HQ and Tiff.
Oh, every human being deserves the respect.
No. She, yes.
He doesn't know she's not unworthy.
No. HQ. Nobody knows.
You want me to answer? You want me to answer? Want me to answer? Now, the question is, does a woman who, can you put it back on the screen again, please?
I already took it out, but I can find it actually.
I'm saying a woman, I'm saying every human being deserves respect until you know what that person has done to not deserve respect. You don't automatically.
That's not the point. No, that's not the point.
I'm answering
one second. Respect is neutral. Chivalry is positive discrimination, meaning just because you are a woman, I'm going to give you benefits that I won't give nobody else if they don't have a vagina between their legs. His question is, do women that are not virtuous deserve the benefits of chivalry? You can say yes, they do, even though they are not acting in a virtuous way, or say no. Which one do you choose?
I tried to answer that. Do you want me to answer, or you want me to answer how you want me to answer?
You said respect. Nobody's mentioning respect.
I'm saying as long as he doesn't know the person, they deserve respect. When they get to know the person and they get to know that this person is loose with morals, then they can treat them accordingly, with or without respect. That's it.
What about you, Tiff? Please don't dodge the question, because HQ did the.
Nope, not dodging it. I went and pulled up the actual word, and it says a chivalrous man is polite, honest, fair, and kind towards women. I think that, yes, regardless of her chastity, as a man, he should stand in his manhood and not allow her behavior to make him be less of a man. She's not talking about. You're asking. You said, should he remain?
We're not talking about virginity. We're talking about.
That's not. I didn't mention virginity.
So you said chastity, right?
I said it says if she's not ladylike.
Yes. Let's go. That's perfect. Ladylike.
If she's not ladylike, what I don't want him to do is condition himself, because then that way he's gonna be up and down. If she, you know what? Whoa, shit. Fatty. Okay, no. No.
No? Thank you very much for answering the question. It took a little bit, but you actually got it. Thank you very much. What about you, Lucky? Does she deserves the benefits of chivalry?
No, because I think it conflates it for the women that do operate respectfully and actually do the work. If you start treating everybody the same just because they're women, then you have women who don't deserve certain privileges thinking they should deserve it just because they're a woman, but they're not operating, like she said, like a lady. I think ladies should always be given different treatment than sluts.
What about you, Lady Di?
I agree with what Lucky said.
I tried John Henry. We got 3 out of 4. HQ just.
Wait a minute. Every human being deserves respect, regardless.
No, it's not respect. But where did you get the respect? We're talking about, okay. HQ. Do men deserve chivalry?
Chivalry, yes. Every person.
So
deserves
Sharon should open my door, pay for my bills, take his jacket when I'm
But that's not a part of his. That's not a part of her.
But
chivalry.
that's not the question. That's the point.
But that's not a part of her. Her acting as a chivalrous person. That's a part of his acting of chivalrous.
Oh my.
Okay.
HQ. You know I love you, right? You see, it sounds. It usually works, right? I'm trying to get. Hey, shout out to him.
So being chivalrous is not. You look up the word chivalry. That's not conditional. That is something that you do
chivalry
as a human being, regardless of whether she is the way she is. You're supposed to be the way you are. You're supposed to be the
positive. It's positive discrimination by default, just because you are a woman. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We have 3 more. Ali, $20 is to both teams. Would woman rather be right and get the last word, or have a man and a family? Lady Di.
Would women rather be right and get the last word, or have a man and family? Oh my God, Ali, man.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry.
Man and family. Opt me out of this. Man and family.
HQ.
Man and family.
Lucky.
Ali knows my answer. This is not a gender specific. I think both people can be very selfish and want to be right. Because we're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So that's not a gender specific thing.
And shout out to Lucky. It took 3 hours so she can say the classic gender specific. It's not gender specific.
You knew it was coming.
I know you were
tried. I tried. But that's too much, Ali. That's like saying when we trying to have conversations with men, y'all don't go to the depths of this earth to be right. Like, no.
Yeah, you know, Ali is going to review this shit. What about you, Lady Di?
What Lucky said.
What Lucky said. Okay, so we have 2 more. We have 2 more. Let me figure this out. L. Nixon in the building saying, if woman can trust men to have unprotected sex, have a baby, be around or moving with your kids, live together for a period, why would they do all that and still not trust a man's leadership? HQ.
If a woman can trust men to have unprotected sex, why would they do all that? And still
Meaning they do all the things. They live with them, they have sex with them, they have kids by them, they do all that. But for whatever reason, why can't they trust their leadership if they are doing all these things with this man?
Because you're lacking in something and she just hasn't told you that you're lacking in something.
Yeah, so it's his fault.
It was his fault. I just said,
hey, if you say so.
I just said how a female would feel. That's all I'm saying.
It's his fault. He doesn't even know it yet. Lady Di.
I didn't say any fault. I just said, why would she? They asked, why would she do all that and not trust your leadership? I'm saying because she don't trust you to do certain things and you're not doing certain things. That's all I'm answering the question. I'm not saying why or how. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, miss. Go ahead.
The answer is because they just want the baby and not the man.
Tiff.
If he was marriage minded, she should be married and that child should have been within wedlock. So why would I trust you to be a stand-up person and or trust your leadership? Because regardless if I'm silly, why would you have a child with me and allow me to bear your seed and not marry you?
Damn, she did the winner reverse. Damn. Why are you with me if you don't trust me? I'm trying my best, friends. Lady Di, I think you was the one that didn't answer.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little sleepy. I'm gonna read
No,
this
it's
again.
not. We are.
She answered that. She said they want the baby.
Okay, so
And not the
so it was
husband.
Lucky. Go ahead, Lucky.
Okay.
We are 10 minutes and we're out of here, friends.
I got you. I got you.
Thank you very much, Shareem Bracy. Go ahead, sir. Miss.
I have a more in-depth way of thinking. Tonight, I would say women do that because we're not taught to have a strong value system. So as long as we have a low value sense of self, we'll allow a lot of different things, even from men we don't respect. So if we're taught usually how to do the romantic physicalities of things, men and females, but not how to actually go along and actually get along with each other. So we can have your baby, we can do all the dumb shit and lower our value because that's what we don't have no value system. But typically, to trust a man who showed us generally a majority on how to do that, especially when in this conversation we were taught to be independent. So having someone else lead you means that you have to be codependent. And if we're shamed for being codependent on a man, that leads to why we can't comfortably trust men to lead us.
We have 3 more questions. The time of questions. Question to Team HQ and Tiff. Do they play for the LA Dodgers? Cap emoji, cap emoji, cap emoji.
That's a soccer team, right? That's a soccer team.
No, this is a baseball team. That's a baseball team. Drop Lucky for saying gender specific.
This is Sparta!
And finally, John Henry $20 says, Fatty Clip HQ dodging the question like JD Vance in the presidential debate. I'll play it for him. HQ.
Oh man! Hey!
So, friends, it's time to end this debate. This time is over. It's over. It's over.
Welcome, everyone, to the official debate section of the Charter Review.
All right, I didn't come here to argue with you.
Oh, yes, you did. We're having a debate. Debate ain't nothing but an argument.
Doctor, can we relate? Can we relate? Can we debate? I want debate. I try the gate. All of my cake. Can we debate? Can we debate? Can we relate? Can we relate? Can we debate? I want debate. I try the gate. All of my cake. Can we debate? 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 Can we debate?
Thank you very much. And your rebuttal, Mr. Carville.
We have no response. But that was perfect.
Once again, friends, don't forget tomorrow we have Ladies First show. 5 women that don't know what's from anywhere. Woman tier should not be trusted. Yes or no? We're going to talk about it tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ladies are welcome to join. We are going to have new people on the block. So, finally, and thank you very much for your endurance, friends. Tomorrow is large day, so I hope you actually have fun. Thank you very much to the 2 people that are, not thank you, but the people that are going to get the $50 on the 23rd. Romello and Sarah the Raging Tomato. Nino gets $50. Lux and Sharon get a lunch. All the ladies get $50 each, plus thingies and prizes and cars. Like, this is all per show today. Okay, everybody gets money. So once again, I appreciate y'all. Before the judges stop by, this was very difficult to pull off, and it's the first edition of the show. I'm a kind of a perfectionist, so there's a lot of things to tie up and get together, but I'm expecting one-on-ones, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3. We're trying to get it. And once again, fuck y'all. I am the king of singing in YouTube. If you want some, come and get some. Team Fatty, one and only. Next week, we'll get Ali in the building. We're going to fuck you up. Hey, Shireen Bracy, bring your cousin. If you think you actually can handle it, bring your motherfucking cousin so I can fuck you up on karaoke night. Just talk with him. I got you. I got you. Loser. Loser. So, friends, let's go to the judges.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's funny?
My.
Oh my God.
Kick your ass on karaoke. Don't play with
Come on, man.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Lux, sorry for the pressure. This was a ladies' show. You are going to be the last person deciding who wins this. So let's see if the sisterhood can endure
Perfect.
what's going on. Okay,
Perfect.
so friends.
Look, I was gonna ask if I could go last. So perfect.
Yeah, but you're going to go last because once again, we're going to see what's going on. And friends, I'm going to read all the 140 super chats left. Jesus Christ. So, Mr. Nino, Mr. Sharon, and then the lovely Lux. Okay? Go ahead, Nino. All you got.
Well, I went with I'm going with Lady and Lucky for the win because I think Tiff and HQ kind of had me confused. They were backpedaling, and like it started with the whole it's not a sisterhood, it's a girl code. But in order to have a code, you have to have a code for a group of people, which brings you right back to the sisterhood. Another point I think I remember, she was saying that men taught women to be independent, but then like 10, 15 minutes later, she turned around and said women are teaching women that they don't need a man, which is basically teaching a woman to be independent. Just kind of like a circular argument, a lot of backpedaling, a lot of dodging on the other side. So I went with the other side, who seemed like they was making more sense to me, in my opinion. So that's why I chose what I chose.
So your point goes to who?
Lucky and Lady Di.
Nice.
Can you say it again with your chest?
Lucky Marie and Lady Di. Those are my
Lucky Marie and Lady Di get the first point.
Team Snow White and Jasmine wins.
Mr. Shireen Bracy from the Messiest Show in the Morning. What you say? Who gets your vote?
So who gets my vote? I think it was a very interesting back and forth. I think HQ started off really strong in the beginning. She was saying the sisterhood is about mentor, friendship, and family. And then, then it started to break apart a little bit at the end when she switched up and said it was a girl code and not a sisterhood. Broke up a little bit. I think Lucky Lady Di, maybe I should just say Lady Di. I think the morality part of the sisterhood, it didn't land with the debate tactic of it. I don't think that so I gave that to HQ, even though she almost broke it up. I think you could have cooked on it, but you got stuck on the morality part instead of actually cooking the debate part of the sisterhood. And then with the patriarchy, I believe Lucky and Lady Di, they cooked that one. I think Lux cooked all of y'all with the pro-choice question. I was like, oh shit, that kind of like changed my whole thought pattern of really. So I kind of just X'd that one out. And then we got the old versus young. Lady Lucky, she cooked it with the bad bitter advice and the wet pussy and the dry pockets. That was just some haymaker right there. So absolutely, it didn't even matter what HQ and Tip said at that part. It was just like that was just a knockdown right there. And then so the one that it's pretty much even at that point. So the one that got it to me, so I gave it to HQ and Tip because of the pick me conversation. I think they had better points on the debate part of it. So it was very close for me. And the other ones, it seemed like it was just a conversation. If I was just on the discussion side of things, I think the discussion, Lady Di and Lucky Me won the discussion, but on the debates on picking out their points, Tip and HQ won by a small margin.
Team Cinderella and Mulan wins.
Oh shit, Lux!
Lux, the pressure is on.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
There's no pressure on you now.
So, let me say this, because I'm gonna get dragged regardless of who I give it to. So I'm prepared.
What's that? Because I forgot to take the It was around your microphone. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So y'all think y'all know me in these comments in the chats, but y'all got me fucked up. So get to know me, okay? Question 1, the sisterhood question. I gave that to Tiff and HQ. Just because Tiff's definition and how it was broken down, I did agree with Di's take on the morality and not encouraging bad behavior. But I do also believe women should be what they want to be, even though it might be bullshit to me, but who am I to judge you? So I gave that to Tiffany HQ. Question 2, pretty privilege was a tie for me because I don't think nobody really disagreed that pretty privilege exists. Question 3, pick-me's. That's a subjective question, but I gave it to Lucky and Di because Di's clip kind of debunked everything. Well, not kind of. The clip debunked everything that HQ said. And then when you tie it back to the initial question, it kind of made her look a little crazy or like they weren't on the same team. So that's a question I have for Fatty offline with that. Question 4, I also gave that to Lucky and Di because I do feel like fathers not being in the home is the reason why we do not have the accurate amount of men being leaders because they don't have anybody to learn from. So I gave that to them. The patriarchy question, I gave that to Tiff and HQ because, in my opinion, Tiff was the only person that told why she felt it was unhealthy. And then, like I said, well, like Sharon said, the pro-choice question kind of tripped up everybody because patriarchy is bigger than just men protecting women. Like it's a whole umbrella of different shit underneath there, like gender equality, gender violence, reproductive rights and whatnot. Question 6, I gave to Lucky and Di. And it's just because I know for me, like in the workplace and stuff, I see a lot of older women like mistreating younger women. And it can be something that, as petty as, oh, that bitch thinks she cute, or she think this and that, or your purse fake. And it's just always something stupid. But normally it comes from men paying more attention to like the younger women. And I think that's bullshit because we should rally around the younger women to try to steer them in the correct way. And question 7, I gave to Lucky and Di. So that means Lucky and Di are the winners overall. So everybody in the chat can suck my nuts. Okay.
Oh no, don't suck that. God, just relax,
Team Snow White and Jasmine wins.
So we reach to the conclusion.
And I took pages of notes to all the haters in the chat, so don't be acting like y'all know me because y'all don't.
Suck your nuts, Lux. Go on, man. Take them out.
Because they be getting on my nerves.
No, just leave it alone. Don't take them out, please. Don't take them out, please. Don't take them out, please.
Oh man! Hey!
So, friends, before we bounce, the Jewish doctor is going to go live. Afterwards, I'm going to redirect people to Sarah the Raging Tomato because I promised her there. God promised it there, but please go support the brother DJ Wish Doctor is going to do a review of the show today. So you got it first. Go ahead if you are interested in the breakdown. DJ Wish Doctor is going next. He's going next. He's going next. Anybody wants to say something to the judges?
Nope. Congratulations to the young lady. You know what? The old hoes lost. Hate, hate, hate. Whatever. I'm so over y'all in this whole thing. Like, please, in Jesus' name, Fatty, reach out to me. This is a fantastic space. I hope we learn to use it in a way that everybody can grow. I don't.
No more Sisterhood talk. You don't want to talk more about Sisterhood.
Did I not send you a message like, what are we talking about? Because I sent you something on Thursday or Friday, and I was like, the Sisterhood, and I was like, these are the points we can talk about, and we refine this. So, again, no hate for my younger women, no hate for HQ. I think everybody is approaching this from where they are in life and what they've experienced. I don't think it's bad or good. I will not put all women in a box. I'm not finna feed into these goddamn raggedy ass dudes that want us to like beat each other and scratch each other down. I'm not doing it. I'm not speaking against other Black women in space. I can appreciate you pulling me down, but I'm either way it goes, whether I won or lost. 2 Black queens won, so how could I lose? The old folks need to sit back. We cooked. We don't know what they're going through. Let them do it. Let them figure it out. God bless. Hey, Godspeed. Y'all figure it out.
Hey, Tiff. I have tyranny for you next week just because you throw that shot to the man.
You gotta get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
I'm going to unleash the Kraken.
You tyranny. Better not. You better not.
You said these raggedy ass men.
All Black men are amazing. The whole part, I did not speak against you people, because I absolutely love you people, and I don't understand the purpose. Like, do you want me to hate women, or do you want me to hate men? I'm being facetious, but y'all flip this up. Look at here. My ad is old as fuck. I'm gonna reach out to Lady D and Lucky and Lux, and they gonna help me find your ass, and I'm gonna get a regular goddamn YouTube channel. I'm gonna roast you niggas.
It's fine, Tiff. You can be like 7 against 1. I will put you against.
I don't want them nowhere. I'm gonna DM them and be like, how I make this work, how I run this machine, and I ain't gonna say who helped me, but I'm coming for you niggas in this goddamn chat.
It's coming for you, and especially you, Shireen Bracey. Them. So, HQ, anything to say to the judges? You good? You had fun? Thank you very much for being here, Tiff.
I had fun. Congratulations to the ladies. I had fun. My first time ever debate. So,
HQ, can I tell what you told me when you saw the thumbnail?
What?
I sent an email to HQ saying, hey, this is the thumbnail. First message, my teeth need to be bigger. First one. HQ, you are the princess today. You're not. You can't be doing that. But
yeah, it was good fun. I had a good time.
You could have made us like, Orisha goddesses,
I put the Disney princesses. Like, what the hell? This is a tough job.
We only like Princess Tiana. That was only
next time is instead of being the I'm going to put all hyenas and I'm the lion in the middle. That's going to be better. Well, the Lion King. No, see what I'm talking about? I want y'all to be princesses.
I did like the thing you was going with your look. That was cool. It was cool.
God damn it! But thank you very much. I appreciate y'all.
I do want to say.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Just before I get out of here, I do appreciate the conversation. I think to add a little bit of flair to our opinions makes it for entertainment quality. But I think the reason why I still associate to have conversations in these spaces is because I think it's important to bridge the gap of ideology. And sometimes the older generation has to kind of understand how younger generations even attack our delivery can come off a certain way. So I think sometimes that's important. But I think it's good to keep having these conversations with people who want to have it, because as long as we're all having conversations, whether you're a hyena, mammy, a loser, whatever the case, you're still here because you see that there's an issue and you want to have a conversation. So I appreciate you reaching out, Fatty, and doing this. You guys,
thank you very much. I appreciate Steve, HQ, and Lucky, not Lady. Lady Di, did you have fun? What you like? You want to say anything to the refs, especially Nino, because Nino is looking at us. Yeah, I see you, Nino. Like, you want to say anything to the judges and what you thought about the debate before I read these 1,000 super chats and we can go on.
Well, I appreciate moderators for actually making a sound decision as far as you guys were taking notes and like actually, making it more based off of the conversation and not, more personal preference. So thank you for that. But I wanted to say I didn't really like how the debate began in the beginning because two people on the other team, it didn't seem like they were aligning, and it kind of confused me, and it made the whole sisterhood or that top conversation just different because they both were saying two different things, and I thought they were on the same page. So that I didn't like, but I guess as the conversation kept going along, it got better. Other than that, I did have fun. Thanks for allowing me to, I guess, debate in this way. But I don't want to make a difference between old and young. We're all just together. Like, it don't have to be nothing like that. But that's it.
I appreciate you, Lady Di. And just to clarify, what happened was it happened the same thing that happened to the Ali and Thanos show, where it was kind of difficult to find point of contentions because what I assume was clearly a back and forth devolved into we kind of agree. I don't know this, and like, you see what I'm saying? And because all of y'all are on different platforms, it's difficult to put you on the room, like on an Instagram group or on a. You had to do the email chain. People on one side, HQ, I look for like crazy. Didn't know where Lux was. You and Lucky were easy to find. So it's because of that. It's because if I have a place where I can put you all on a Zoom and we can kind of figure out what is going to be the point of contention, is easy. But the debate's supposed to be yesterday. We kind of did it one more day. This was the best we could pull off. So I appreciate y'all actually pushing through the confusion and starting to, as soon as the pace started going up, actually become very perfect. So everybody gets lunches from the Untouchables, my boy Elkan Ali, Thomas Legacy, Black Dawn with a giant contribution, Jack, crazy contribution too. So I appreciate y'all Untouchables and the rest of the people that actually supported the show. I appreciate y'all. And I'm going to kick everybody off. My brother Nino.
Congratulations on your 5K. I see your work. I love the morning show. I love the debates. I've been over here since either man got robbed. I love people. I've been on YouTube for many years. I've never seen, hold on, but I've never seen anybody have a community and get people monetized in eyes in the way that you do it. I see what you're doing. That's why I'm here. I never really want to argue with other Black women in public. But I do really respect what you're building here. And I think it's something special. And I know you say everyone like, wait till we get on and wait till this really happens. And I really believe it. I'm glad to be a part of the Untouchables.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet.
Anywho, that's enough nice stuff. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I was cheated because I'm old and I'm not as cute as them. They robbed me.
Oh man! Hey!
If I will say this, right? Once again, I appreciate y'all being here. I got a tremendous amount of money in this year and a half. Like, I live in Portugal. My utilities are $200. I'm doing great things to these people that take care of me every day. So if I eat, the people around me are sure going to definitely eat. And after the Black House, I try to actually spread the wealth to everybody. Not everybody is going to come, but I will be very.
The moment I fell in love with you was the moment that I saw in love with me. No, when you sent Trinidad, you sent her a camera and a mic, and I was just like, but you really like that. To me was like, regardless of how people feel, you are solid, you're stand up, and you really want to build a community, and I respect that. That's dope as fuck. But that's the thing. You, Camp, Sharon, all the people on here.
Not Sharon. Don't put Sharon as well.
Nah, I love.
I'm kidding. Sharon, he's a joke. Go follow Sharon. I just want.
I'll watch him in the messy mornings until him come on.
Yes. I think there's
God damn it!
So I will say this: the short start tomorrow, pre-recorded start tomorrow. This is going to go on a professional level now. Okay, we're playing around. We kind of got distracted with other people's races. We are going to be focused on our own race and do what we need to do. So once again, I appreciate everybody for getting us the momentum back. Sharon doing a good job polarizing this show now that Daryl Long is not here and Jay Prince is selling glizzies. So thank you very much, Sharon, for generating content for everybody to review. I appreciate you. Once again, Tiff and HQ, once I find a way to actually help you monetize, put your channels and all that, I'll make sure to do it. Lux, this is Texas. And that's the song, right?
Ain't
No?
no loaded.
I appreciate y'all, friend. Thank you very much.
I'm about to get dragged.
And I see y'all soon. So let me kick you out of
You can kiss your ass goodbye. D-Lock. Sing the song. Yeah. You can kiss your ass goodbye. D-Lock.
Once again, 5,000 subscribers, 1 year and a half. Beautiful. Please, the Jewish Doctor is already live, so go ahead. The link is in the chat. So please go ahead. The after party is there. He's going to review the rest of the show. Shout out to my brother Ilkan Ali once again for always taking care of family. If he eats, I eat, he said. And I couldn't be more proud of him. Salute to you for the gigantic deal that you closed yesterday. I'm not even going to talk about numbers because it's crazy over there. But I appreciate you. Lucky HQ, Lady Di, and Tiff. I appreciate y'all. Sharon, Sarah the Raging Tomato, Lux, and Nino. I appreciate the moderation. I'm going to read the rest of the super chats. We have 144 super chats to read. This is crazy. But I'm going to drop, like, again, the links. Go to the description. Follow every single person here. I would appreciate it. And tomorrow we have ladies first. So once again, thank you very much for the 5,000 subscribers. We're going to throw a party in the next 100 hours, I guess. So shout out to y'all. And I'm making sure I'm going on the diet because, boy, oh boy, I'm tired of people saying that I am catfishing on the AIs. My boy, Shadow Dragon TV with one untouchable.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Judah, WS Judah with 5 untouchable memberships. Thank you very much, Judah. I appreciate you.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Thank you very much, Judah. Woody Mac in the building saying, Tiff, up there looking like a snack. I need to go gather my thoughts. Remember, for 6 months.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much, sir. But she is married. Woody Mac says, damn, that motherfucker has 2 accounts. Hey, I heard Tiff said she's married. No simping in the chat. Look at you backtracking. My boy Devin D in the building with the membership saying, Tip, you there looking like a... Oh, I already got it. Oh, it was Devin. It was not Woody. Damn, sorry. It was Devin and Woody was running for protection. Shout out to my boy Woody. I apologize, brother. Devin was the one out of bounds. Once again, congratulations to Sarah the Raging Tomato and Romelo for the $50 giveaways. You are going to get them absolutely. You are going to get them absolutely on the 23rd at last, probably this week at most. Okay, so I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. We have more. Let me see the memberships. My boy Marcelo's can't stop, won't stop with the untouchable membership.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Thank you very much, Marcellus. Marcellus member for 1.5 saying Team Fatty, and to all the beautiful ladies in the panel and the gay man on the panel and the chat. What's up? Let's go. Is not playing around with y'all. He's tired of you, motherfuckers. Tired of Sharon. My boy Carl Anderson, of course. Carl, thank you very much, man. Thank you. 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 I appreciate it, Carl.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Carl Anderson, the Black Indiana Jones, always supporting. Please go ahead and follow Lady Di. The links are pinned in the description. Please go ahead and follow Lucky Marie. She gave us a great Hollywood today. Salute to her. Salute to her. Salute to her. We have Sharon Bracy from the Ream Empire. He's the one from the. This is Shareem Bracy. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Good job. Sarah the Raging Tomato. The redirect is going to be to her because I promise her. Thank you very much, Auntie. I appreciate you, man. Salute, salute, salute. And the Shadow Realms open all the time, every time. Let me see. On the membership size, my boy Drake in the building gifted 1 untouchable membership.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Today we got 30 memberships. We are 637 members. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. The momentum is getting back. The air is getting back into the room. So once again, salute y'all. Salute, salute, salute. And thank you for taking care of us. Salute to you, Dre. We have my OG Ricky in the building saying, why Thief acting like we don't see her every other day? Is this a newer model? OG Ricky member for 11 months.
So, you think you're untouchable?
And then let me see. Let me go to the back because I want to celebrate this one real quick. Let's see. More memberships, more memberships, more memberships. Here we go. We have my boy Sean Antonio, member for a year. Shout out to my boy Sean Antonio saying they said Jesus, the Christ, couldn't correct HQ because he doesn't know her. So it is what it is. Shout out to my boy Sean
The
Antonio.
untouchable empire, baby.
I appreciate you, sir. Only people that know her should correct her. So Jesus, you are out of luck. Let me go here. The Miss Kiki. Thank you very much for the sharing the other day, Kiki. I appreciate you. She's rooting for Lucky, member for 4 months. So thank you very much.
The untouchable empire, baby.
I appreciate you. We have my boy Marvel. I remember seeing him, but he keeps being a member. Shout out to Marvel for being a member for 17 months.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Let me see. Marvel gifted us 5 memberships.
The untouchable empire, baby.
We have Theo with 1 membership.
The untouchable empire, baby.
We have Theo with another 1 membership.
The untouchable empire, baby.
And then we have Theo with the big 10. So shout out to Marvel and Theo. Theo with a 15 membership. Shout out to you, Theo. Thank you very much. Let me play it once for the people in the back.
Somebody be mean to you, and then somebody inform them who you is.